Hello, my name is Collection Connoisseur. I collect digital thingamabobs and video games. Today I'm playing Slay the Spire. The challenge for today is my Rare Taste Challenge, where we cannot have common cards. We can have starter cards, uncommon cards, and rare cards. I do have a thing that allows me to put curses in my deck, because there are a couple times where you're forced to get a curse, and curses kind of look like commons. But curses are okay. I'm allowed to add curses to my deck, I just don't probably want to. So I've run this challenge a couple times. This time we're going to be playing with the Silent first. And although I haven't done particularly well on this challenge, I don't have as high score in this challenge as I have with some of my other challenges, I still feel like this set of challenge rules is easier than some of my other challenges. And therefore, I feel like we can go up to level 7, Ascension 7, and still have, not no issue, but still be able to win. Let's try. We're going to try with the Silent first. Alright, so I cannot choose the third option here. I cannot choose to transform 2 cards, because transformed cards have a good chance to turn into commons, and that would immediately invalidate the run. So, we're not going to transform cards. Kind of the same problem with getting a random boss relic, because I could get a boss relic that transforms cards, and that would cause the run to lose immediately. So I really only have 2 options here. Choose a card to obtain, which I am allowed to skip, so I can do that and skip the card, or I can get 3 random potions. Let's look at the map. So looking at this map, the path on the left looks pretty decent. Any other path has an early shop, and then either an early elite or a whole bunch of normal enemies. I don't want to do an early burning elite, certainly. I really like the end of this act, because we can go to this fireplace and then hit 2 more elites. I like fireplaces and elites in Act 1. So I think I'm going to choose the left path, so we're not going to go to a shop early. And that means kind of nothing for this choice. I don't really need 3 random potions, probably. So let's just choose a card and get our first set of cards to see if we get something that's not a common. Well, we did get Bouncing Flask. The other 2 I can't choose because they're common. And by the way, if you don't know, the way that you can distinguish commons and uncommons and rares in Slay the Spire is the color of the banner at the top. So the blue banner means uncommon cards, the gray banner means common or starter cards, and a yellow banner would mean rare cards. So we're going to take Bouncing Flask. I think that's a pretty nice start. And let's go. I mean, of all of the starting things that we could get, Bouncing Flask isn't amazing, but it's quite good, I think. Hello, Gale. Welcome. And Gale is excited about my Bouncing Flask as I am. I threw the Bouncing Flask up pretty high that time. If you don't know, what you do with your mouse affects how high the bounce of the Bouncing Flask goes. It's interesting how the animation of Bouncing Flask is actually affected by your mouse, and I threw the Bouncing Flask really high that time. We got a Speed Potion, not my favorite potion, but I like it more than Dexterity Potions. So the only thing we could choose here is Heal Hook. Heal Hook is somewhat questionable, especially because I don't think we can get a whole lot of weakness. I'm trying to think of what gives weakness in the Silent. Neutralize does, and there is an attack card that does that I believe is also common. I think we would be hard-pressed to find enough weakness to make Heal Hook better than a strike card. And so I don't really want to add something that's on average going to be as good as a strike card to my deck. So we skip these. Alright, kind of a nice little start here, because hitting both of the louse with strikes and not getting attacked means that we're likely to take no damage here. Likely to take no damage is apparently not what happened, though. We're going to take damage. What's the least amount of damage that we could take? 2 strikes would essentially give me 7 block. And then we would take 6 damage. Yeah, okay, well, I guess that's the best we can do. Alright. The rest of this is no problem, but I am kind of sad that we took damage in this one. No options here. All 3 of those are commons. All 3 of those are great commons. And I'm sad to see them all go, but all 3 of those are commons. And you can also see one of the major themes that you might build with a silent deck, the discard deck that takes advantage of drawing and discarding cards, is really hard to build with no commons, because a lot of the base cards that you have there would be common, including things like Prepared. I would love to start this one with Bouncing Flask, but I don't really want to take the damage that we would have to take to do that. We got a very unfortunate card order so far. Hopefully that doesn't continue too much. We can do a Bouncing Flask here, which is good. And I think that basically solves this fight. Early fights get solved fast. Alright, what do we get? We got Escape Plan. You know, I'm happy to take an escape plan. It's not really what I'm looking for right now, but it's uncommon, and I'm allowed to take it, and I don't mind it. So let's take an escape plan. So far, we've only added 2 cards to our deck. I'm very happy to get a relic. I'm still happy to get a relic. I would like to get a relic. I really would want a relic. Can I please have a relic? Yay, we got a relic. I'm down a whole lot of health after that one. Alright, a Gremlin Horn. Whenever an enemy dies, we gain an energy and we draw a card. It's a nice one. It makes the multi-enemy fights, which are often somewhat bad, a little bit more bearable. We got really unlucky so far in this battle. We're gonna take 4 more damage. Man, what is my draw order here? It's bad. Yeah, let's try not to take too much damage. I really would like more energy, by the way. Having more energy would make my Bouncing Flask much more playable. Do I want to do 2 strikes? Because if I don't do 2 strikes... then we can't win next turn, basically. If I do 2 strikes, we deal 12 damage, we have to deal 14 more damage. Which would be Bouncing Flask plus strike, or 3 strikes, or 2 strikes plus a neutralize. I think we should take the 1 damage, because we're going to be vulnerable next turn, so this is going to be a larger than normal hit. Wait a minute. Bouncing Flask plus strike doesn't do it. My math is poor. Alright, well, we're going to therefore try to win next turn. We still don't win, but we can still block. Getting down to 20 health before the first elite is not great for us. And honestly, although we're showing 2 cards that we can choose, neither of them are going to really help us much against an elite. I'm still going to take well-laid plans, because it's nice, but I don't think it's going to help much against the elite. And I need to think about whether I'm allowed to smith here, because usually you want to smith before your first elite. If we smith, we could smith Bouncing Flask. That would make it do a lot more damage. Smithing Escape Plan or Well-Laid Plans is not that impactful. Smithing Neutralize is nice for survivability, but only a little bit. We do have Liquid Memories to pull on, but I don't know if we can really survive with only 20 health. Lagavulin or Gremlin Knob might just kill us, so I think we have to rest here, which is unfortunate. We basically had to rest because of how much damage we took to get Gremlin Horn. And we did find a Lagavulin, so... Well, playing Well-Laid Plans first is good. What we could do here is start with Bouncing Flask, save the Neutralize in our hand. I like that. Let's do that. And then the other question I have for myself is, do I use my Liquid Memories right now to play Bouncing Flask again? I think I do, to preserve health. So we save the Neutralize for next turn. That way we can guarantee that Lagavulin is weak. And we can block. The question is, do we want to take 2 damage in order to deal 6? Probably the answer is yes. And we'll keep this defend for next turn. We do have a speed potion that we could use, but I'm hoping to not use the speed potion. If we don't use the speed potion, we take 7 more damage. You know what? That's worth not using speed potion. And we'll keep the Bouncing Flask in our hand for next turn, because next turn Lagavulin is not attacking, and putting on some more poison is good. Do we want to keep the Escape Plan? Yes, I do, because the main usefulness of Escape Plan is it's a draw 1 card, which could get us something. Oh, we don't need anything. We've already won. Great. Alright, and we got Preserved Insect, making the rest of the elites that we fight much easier, which I do like. Oh, we got Leg Sweep and Skewer. Getting Leg Sweep makes me slightly wish that I had taken... Oh, what's the card? The card that relies on weakness, the attack card that we didn't take earlier? I'm thinking about Skewer, because Skewer can do a lot of damage, and right now, the only thing that we've taken that does damage is Bouncing Flask. We've got Strike still, but Bouncing Flask is the only thing that we've taken that does damage. I think I'll still take the Leg Sweep. This kind of leans into the poison side of the deck, but let's go. Let's lean in. Okay, so we cannot transform here. We can remove or upgrade. I do want an upgrade, but I don't know if I want it more than removing. I do. I want to upgrade the Bouncing Flask. So now our 1 card that deals damage does more damage. We get an Ornamental Fan. Very nice if we had a different sort of deck that we were building. It may cause me to change the way we build our deck, perhaps. But we're just taking it for now, see if we use it later. And then let's smith again. So we smith the 1 card that's helping us, Let's smith either well-laid plans or leg sweep. I think we want to smith leg sweep. The fact that we have well-laid plans makes smithing our best cards even better, because if we don't need them that turn, we can save them for a future turn. Okay, this is a terrible elite for Bouncing Flask, but we can deal with that. For now, let's see what Escape Plan draws us. Oh, that's nice. So we can play Survivor to block for everything this turn. We can't keep Leg Sweep, though. So we can just do Neutralize, Strike, Strike. I guess we do that on the front one. We did not draw our Bouncing Flask, which is kind of good because we want to draw it next turn, not this turn anyway. Let's play the Well-Laid Plans and the 2 Defends. And then keep a strike in our hand. So we're taking 10 damage. This turn we play Bouncing Flask Defend, I think. Let's see where the Bouncing Flask lands. Okay, it was kind of bad, kind of good. The unfortunate part is you've got 6, which is going to put you at 9 next turn with 5. Actually, that's pretty good, because 1 strike kills you. So we can defend once this turn, keep a strike in the hand for next turn. And this turn, we can kill the left one, no problem. That's quite nice. So kill the left one. Leg sweep the right one. That means that it'll be weak the next time it comes around to its turn. And then we could either play the Neutralize this turn or keep it for next turn, depending on whether we want to do the damage or prevent damage. I think we want to prevent damage at this part of the fight. So let's keep the strike. Actually, I said one thing and then I did the other, by the way. The not taking damage was keeping Neutralize in my hand so that I could make this one weak this turn, which is not what I did. So we are taking damage this turn because I chose the path of dealing damage. Escape Plan. I guess we have to play both Defends. Don't care to keep Dazed in my hand. There's a Bouncing Flask. Bouncing Flask is surely better than Strike, but you can see that we're losing a lot of health here. Alright, well. Let's try not to die next turn. If we draw 1 Defend, we have to play Speed Potion to survive. We survived without having to do that. That's good. Let's defeat this one. That'll draw us a card. So I can do Strike, Strike, and Survivor to defend everything. And then we win. We're down to 5 health, but we did win that elite fight. A Bottled Lightning. Interesting. And a Fruit Juice. Hey, we can choose any one of these 3. They're all uncommon. I'm thinking about Predator. We haven't really built a deck for Finisher yet, although Ornamental Fan really works with a deck that would also work with Finisher. Infinite Blades also helps with Ornamental Fan. But I don't know how much I like Infinite Blades compared to Predator. I think we'd take Predator. And then Bottled Lightning. Is there a skill I want to start with? I guess Escape Plan is pretty good to start with. I don't think you want to start with a Leg Sweep. Let me think about it. Bouncing Flask is also pretty decent to start with. Let's actually start with Bouncing Flask. And we must rest here. We're up to 26 health. We can make that higher with fruit juice. I think I want to go an elite before a question mark rather than question mark and then elite. Definitely going to an elite. And we find Gremlin Knob. Great one to have put Bouncing Flask in my opening hand. We also very usefully got Well-Laid Plans, where we can keep the leg sweep, which we basically just want to keep in the hand until we need to play it. Alright, we do not need to play leg sweep this turn. We would take 2 damage if we do not play leg sweep this turn. Let me think about how quickly we win, though, because we're going to do 11 damage this turn and 10 damage next turn with poison. So Gremlin Knob is effectively at 20 health, which means, yeah, we want to strike a whole bunch of times, right? Actually, Predator. Predator only kills him if we do another strike. So yeah, we're going to take the 2 damage and win next turn. Great. That elite fight went very well. Ooh, we got Snecko Skull. Snecko Skull is great with Bouncing Flask. Especially the Bouncing Flask adds poison 4 separate times, so it's additional poison every time. All of those are common, we cannot take them. Alright, this is actually great because this is essentially another elite fight. I don't think that Preserved Insects helps in this particular one. I don't think so. And this would be another Gremlin Knob. So yeah, let's go for it. Ooh, we even got Pear to increase our max health. That's nice. Oh, I was wrong. It was not Gremlin Knob. Still, I think we're doing quite well here, and the Preserved Insect did help. We can neutralize and then Bouncing Flask, or we can Bouncing Flask and then neutralize. Really, would we prefer to have the 1 weakness, which is essentially 3 block this turn? Or would we prefer to have 5 poison? I think I'd prefer to have the 5 poison. So we're going to hit this back sentry, then do Bouncing Flask. Of course, it hit all of them. So at least there's no more artifact charges, but it did spread the damage out as poorly as it could be spread out. Getting leg sweep is really nice this turn. Let's do that. I think I'd rather do Well-Laid Plans and take the 3 damage than not playing Well-Laid Plans this turn. So let's play Well-Laid Plans. Let's take the 3 damage, keep the Survivor. So with Survivor, we could play 2 strikes this turn. That would guarantee that we could kill this back sentry next turn. And the nice thing about killing it next turn is we also get the Gremlin Horn for it. So let's do strike, strike, Survivor discarding the defend, and then keep the strike in our hand for next turn. Alright. Strike you, which gives me enough energy for me to also kill this one this turn. Great. Alright, that was kind of perfect. And does Bouncing Flask just win? I think the answer is no. Let me think about it. Bouncing Flask does 4 poison 4 times. That's 16 damage this turn, so it doesn't win this turn. Let's do the leg sweep, keep the Bouncing Flask, just win with it next turn. That was a good idea either way, but I wanted to know whether we could win. Alright, and we surely win this turn. Great, so we just fought 2 elites in a row, and we got a total of 6 damage from both of them. So that went quite well. And we got a Catalyst. Hey, we're building the poison deck. Alright. Don't really like to see Slime Boss with the poison that we're building. Let's smith something other than Catalyst. I'm thinking about smithing Predator, because it increases our damage output quite a lot. Let's do that. That adds 5 damage to a card that we often want to play. Now we know we get Bouncing Flask turn 1, and we can hold the Neutralize in our hand if we want, or we could play it. We are going to play Well-Laid Plans. Do we hold a Neutralize in hand? I think that's somewhat silly. Let's not hold it. Let's hold the Survivor instead. Predator is quite nice here. We could hold Catalyst in our hand. Or we could play it this turn. If we played it this turn, Slime Boss would have 30 poison. And we would be doing 20 damage. So we would be doing 50 damage. Slime Boss would go down to 71. Which is conveniently... Oh, actually, no. The Catalyst adds poison. Which means we would apply 1 extra poison. So we actually don't want to play Catalyst Predator, because then we would get the Slime Boss down to exactly 70 health and it would split, which is terrible. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the Catalyst and 2 strikes and save the Predator for next turn. Okay, so you're definitely going to split this turn. We're going to cause you to split at the lowest value possible, pretty easily too. So there's no reason to keep Escape Plan in my hand when we can just keep the Leg Sweep. We got Bouncing Flask. It's interesting, but it doesn't seem like a good turn to play it. We could play Leg Sweep. Leg Sweep Strike? I think I do want you to be... Do I want the left one or the right one to be weak? I guess the right one. And then we can strike the left one. Let's keep Bouncing Flask in our hand, because I think we might have a good chance to play it soon. So Predator plus... Predator kills you. And then we can defend. Actually, defend only does 3, so it's probably better to do Bouncing Flask, which will split the slime again. And therefore we don't take any more damage. And we can keep a strike, because the strike is going to be good. Alright. Pretty easy battle. We didn't lose any health, we didn't lose any potions. So we did perfect on that first boss. I always like Adrenaline. Actually, all 3 of these kind of do very similar things. They basically all 3 give you energy. Bullet Time is much better if you can draw cards before you play Bullet Time. Which I guess Predator works pretty well with that, because you could play Predator, draw 2 cards next turn, keep the Bullet Time with Well-Laid Plans. Doppelganger. Doppelganger is pretty good, of course. I think I want to choose Bullet Time. I don't know why I'm gravitating toward Bullet Time this turn, though. Like this particular run. I think most runs I would gravitate toward Adrenaline. But I'm gravitating toward Bullet Time this time. So, why not? Busted Crown would be quite bad, because that would mean most card rewards we couldn't take any cards. Sozu no longer obtain potions is kind of sad, but the extra energy is really nice. The Ring of the Snake, or the Ring of the Serpent replacing Ring of the Snake. We draw additional cards every turn rather than the first turn. Of the upgrades to the basic relics, Ring of the Serpent is kind of the worst, I think. It makes your first turn worse because you draw one less card. It makes your second turn better, but at the cost of something on your first turn. Still, I'm thinking about it partially because of Bullet Time. It would mean we would have probably more cards in our hand when we get Bullet Time. But is that better than Sozu? Let's do Ring of the Serpent. I'm going a weird path this time. Let's go things that I normally wouldn't do, slightly. So we do want to hit a shop up in this act, since we've got so much money. And because we've got the Preserved Insect and Gremlin Horn, going to Elite Battles is actually really good for us. Unfortunately, I can't do both of those things. I can hit 3 elites on the left, but no shops. Or I could hit a shop relatively early, but only get 2 elites. And we would get a shop late as well. We could just go no shops until Act 3. It's kind of crazy. Alright, I think I'm going to prefer elites, and we'll find shops in Act 3, I guess. So, we're going the left path. Bouncing Flask is really nice right here. It's just that we're going to have to take damage to play it. Ooh, Neutralize does reduce that. So we take only 2 damage to play Bouncing Flask turn 1. I think that's worth it. Unfortunately, we did not play our well-laid plans. So Leg Sweep is very good against this one, especially when we've already poisoned him. And there's no reason to play the strikes. Bullet Time, of course, is very good. Let's play Bullet Time. And then we can play Predator, a couple Defends, and a Catalyst, meaning that we win next turn, no problem. I think we took 2 damage in that one, for a relatively easy win. Distilled Chaos. Good time to drink my fruit juice, I guess. So we could get Tactician. The problem with Tactician is kind of what I said before. The cards that discard cards, some of them are common. And the only one that we have in our deck is Survivor. So I don't think we're going to take it, which means we don't take anything here. Sad because I really like Tactician. I'm going to choose the question mark. Ho ho! We could upgrade all of our strikes and defense. Ho ho! Let's upgrade 10 cards? Alright. That is the biggest value that you could get out of that event. Upgrade 10 cards. Is there a way to get more value out of that? I guess there is, technically, because you could get another strike or defend. There's a couple ways for you to add another strike or defend into your deck before you get to that event. and so you might be able to end up with 12 strikes and defends in your deck. Possibly. You would just have to make some weird choices earlier. Anyway, what do we want to do here? Probably Bouncing Flask. But I don't really like getting hit for 12. So I want to play Defend, which means that we can't play Catalyst. Bouncing Flask does more damage than Predator, but Predator draws 2 cards. Let's do the Bouncing Flask. There's the well-laid plans that we wish we had last turn. We at least get to keep this leg sweep. So, no reason to play Escape Plan with this particular enemy. We'll just keep leg sweep again. And Predator wins. Great. Hey Prozione, welcome to the stream. Expertise. Ooh, Expertise could make bullet time better, maybe? Maybe not, actually. What does Expertise do for me? It might not do much of anything, actually. As much as I like Expertise, it does not work very well with bullet time, because if we drew the cards before we played bullet time, we would draw so few cards. It works well with Survivor, it works well with Neutralize, and that's about it. It actually has an anti-synergy with well-laid plans, so I guess we don't take Expertise, which seems crazy. I like Expertise. So, we definitely want to play Bouncing Flask turn 1 in this battle. Let's see where it lands. I would even be happy if it landed... Actually, let's play Neutralize first. Where do we want to play the Neutralize, though? Let's do it on you. So I would be happy if this got rid of all 3 artifact charges and then made poison once. But let's see what actually happens. Okay, it made poison twice. The Spheric Guardian still has his artifact charge. Which means we can't leg sweep the Spheric Guardian. Well, I mean, we can. It just doesn't do what we would like it to do. It doesn't apply weakness. If I do leg sweep and defend, that's 22 block. So I could do this so that we get rid of the last artifact charge there. There's my bullet time. Not the best time for it. So I think we play well-laid plans, defend, escape plan. Escape plan is guaranteed to draw a defend, at least. So we're taking 8 damage. We could have... That might have been a good time to use my speed potion. I probably should have considered the speed potion more there. Alright, the strike defeats the sentry, draws me another card. The catalyst does nothing. So we could bullet time, strike, defend, which would block for all but 1 and keep the catalyst. I guess that's what we do. It's just not wonderful. Keep the catalyst. And then we can Bouncing Flask Catalyst to victory. Alright. That did not actually go as well as I was thinking it might. We're still doing just fine. Ooh, we got another fruit juice. See, I should have played the speed potion. I'm just gonna discard it now. We got concentrate, which doesn't really work with the deck that we have. And the other two are common. They're all upgraded, which is a surprise. Very sad to not take any of these, but the concentrate is really not that great if you can't draw lots of cards. And never being able to take backflip or acrobatics greatly limits how many cards we can draw. So we skip. So Prozone, getting the Gremlin Horn cost me a lot of health. I got that from a scrap ooze that I think the last click dealt me 7 damage. I spent a lot of health on that Gremlin Horn, and it's great to have, but it almost ended the run. I went down pretty low in Act 1 because of that. I think it's probably better to do Predator than Bouncing Flask here, because you don't really want the poison to spread around. So let's do Predator instead. I am going to play the Escape Plan. Okay, that didn't help much in my decision making. There's the well-laid plans. Well-laid plans. Strike? Defend? We're gonna get a bullet time next turn, but that just allows us to defend more, really. I'm thinking about using a potion. If we use Distilled Chaos, we would most likely use bullet time, and then I would be able to play all of these cards. But playing all of these cards isn't even that useful. So I think what we do is we do a strike or just 2 defends. 2 defends is really weak sauce. But I guess 2 defends and keep a strike for next turn is the best that we can do. Alright, let's see what Escape Plan draws us. Alright. You know, that's much better. Now we play Bullet Time, and then Bouncing Flask. See where the poison lands. So you're not dying this turn. We should hit the healthiest back here with the leg sweep. I probably want to keep a defend for next turn. The survivor is actually pretty bad now that all of the defends are upgraded. But maybe we should keep the survivor for next turn. Alright, well, and then if we strike here, next turn you're going to be low enough that we could defeat you and use our Gremlin Horn. Alright, that's not too bad. We can weaken this one as well. So both of those are weakened. We can use a strike here, get that Gremlin Horn, and then defend, defend, defend? Actually, using a strike gives us 4 block. So now if we defend, defend, we've got 20 block. And then we've got Predator next turn. So let's keep a defend. This is going very slowly for this battle, and you don't really want this battle to go so slowly. But that's how we're playing it so far. The bullet time is nice to see. So we can do Predator. Oh, we can't draw again because we played bullet time, so we can't draw with the Gremlin Horn. In which case, what do? I guess we still want to defeat the left one. And then we keep the Catalyst. Escape plan gives me a strike. So, neutralize definitely. I want to play Bouncing Flask because it's kind of how we actually win this fight. So I guess we're going to have to play Bouncing Flask and take 8 damage, which is painful. But now we can play Catalyst next turn, which should be winning next turn. Okay, it does win this turn. So that one took a long time. I think we got 10 damage in that battle, which is pretty bad. We see Concentrate again, which I've rejected already, and the other 2 are commons, so let's move on. All of them were upgraded again, though, which is surprising. Alright, perfect battle to have a Gremlin Horn. And actually we can even strike this one to draw another card. And we probably want to play Bouncing Flask. Probably. That just kills that one. Alright. That was a pretty nice Bouncing Flask, I have to say. I mean, in some ways you wanted it to land on the Gremlin leader, but just killing this one this turn is kind of nice too. Well-laid plans, excellent. I like to see that. Should I keep a strike? I think we should keep a strike. No, let's not keep a strike. Let's keep a defend. You just don't die to Predator, so we're probably going to use the Predator on the other one. So, bullet time. Let's play the Predator on you. Leg sweep on the boss. Strike, strike there. And we do have to defend in order to block everything. Next turn, we should be able to use our Gremlin Horn again. We got to neutralize. I might want to neutralize the boss, though. Let's do this. Actually, let's escape plan. Okay, I'm still going to do a neutralize on him or a strike on him. I guess let's neutralize. This battle is not going to last long enough for that strike or that extra weakness to matter, because we're going to Catalyst right here and keep a strike. Yeah, let's keep a strike. Wonderful. So that went very well, mainly because we had Gremlin Horn. Bottled Flame. We already have a Bottled Lightning. I don't know if I want a Bottled Flame or not. There's a Blur, and again the Blur is upgraded. I think this is the most upgraded cards I've seen in card rewards in a row. Without having a single egg. I have not gotten an egg relic, but I see a ton of upgraded cards. Blur is definitely better than Defend. Yeah, with the deck that I have, I think Blur is fine. The Bottled Flame. What do you put in your opening hand? A Neutralize? I guess having Neutralize turn 1 is pretty decent. We don't want Predator turn 1 because we already have Bouncing Flask on turn 1. Sure, let's bottle the Neutralize. I don't know if that's actually making my deck worse or better, but now that we've bottled it, we're definitely going to smith it. Smith Neutralize. I think that's better than smithing Bullet Time right now. Although I could have considered smithing Catalyst a little bit more. So this is the time that you're kind of sad that you put a Neutralize in your opening hand because you drew Bullet Time. But at the same time, applying 2 weak to the Snake Plan is really good right now. So I don't know if I can really complain. It's the only way that I have to block anything from the snake plant. That's not good. We could discard both of the strikes with the Gambler's Brew. That's a really weak Gambler's Brew to just discard 2 cards. Or we could play Distilled Chaos. Let's do the Distilled Chaos. See if we can get some block. We lost our Catalyst, which is unfortunate. Alright, well, we're going to play the Bullet Time. Now that we got some block, we don't take damage. Let's do Predator first, and then a Strike, and then a Neutralize. The reason I did it in that order is because the Neutralize gets rid of the 4 block exactly, and doesn't cause Malleable to add block again. The fact that we lost the Catalyst really wasn't that bad. I mean, look, we're already winning in 2 turns without doing any more damage to the snake plant. And, you know, let's just do that. I know that I can win in 2 turns, so let's just do it. Alright, so we did use a potion there, but having used the potion we took no damage, whereas we would have taken a lot of damage without the potion. I think 18. So After Image and Expertise. I've already turned down an Expertise. This is not really the deck for After Image. Not really. Is it actively bad? It's not very good. I think we don't take After Image. Alright, we chose not to take After Image? Really? Hold on, let me think about this a little bit longer. Do we just skip After Image? What am I likely to add to the deck? I would add more Catalysts, of course. I can't add Acrobatics. I cannot add many things that draw cards. There's a few 0 costs that I could add, but there's not a ton. I think we skip After Image. Alright, well. Hey, Bag of Preparation is pretty nice to see. And we see the worst of the Act 2 bosses for our setup, because Gremlin Horn doesn't help us much. However, even being the worst one, I think it's not too bad. Especially with this opening hand. This opening hand is incredible. Alright. Bullet Time, Bouncing Flask, Leg Sweep, which adds 3 turns of weakness, plus 2 more with Neutralize. We're already blocking for everything that we need to block with. If only we had Blur in this hand, it would have been even better. So there's our Blur. There's also the Catalyst, which we should really play. Because we really should play the Catalyst, let's do that first. And then maybe just Blur a couple times? It only brings forward 1 block. But I really don't need much damage to win, so sure. So this turn... Next turn we win if we just play a strike. So a strike wins next turn. We can't really do 32 damage this turn. We can do 29. Bouncing Flask does most of its damage next turn. Well, not most, but you know. About half of its damage gets done next turn. So Predator is still the best for dealing damage. So I guess the best block that we have is Defend. And then we just play a Predator. And we take 9 damage. I think that's all the damage that we took, though. So, pretty clean elite battle. Akabeko doesn't particularly work with anything, but, you know, it's 8 more damage, turn 1. Setup. Do we want a setup? Don't think we do. I don't know that we want Masterful Stab either. Masterful Stab gets real bad later in the fight, although it's pretty good very early. So if we take Setup, it would put a card on top of my draw pile. We don't have enough ways to draw cards for that to be just making something free, basically. But it's not terrible. Save the thing for next turn. I think we can do some things with this. I don't know how much we can do with this, but I'm willing to try it. This is the I'm going to try things that I wouldn't normally do run, apparently. Although, you could argue that I do that a lot. Let's smith again. So smithing bullet time is always good because it reduces the cost, which is quite significant. Smithing well-laid plans is quite big because you retain 2 cards, which makes bullet time better. And smithing catalyst is really good, especially for bosses, which we're about to face soon. So let's smith catalyst. We got the gremlins again, which is great. So we can... Oh, the first one is 17, right. Forgot about that. Because of Akabeko. So we should hit this one first. Then we can strike this one. Draw a card, strike this one. Draw a card. And then we can put Predator on top. We're going to neutralize, we're going to... We could Bouncing Flask. Bouncing Flask, put Catalyst on top. Let's do that. So now you are bringing more things out. Let's play... I mean, maybe we shouldn't play Bullet Time. We should play Well-Laid Plans and keep Bullet Time. I like that. Actually, we don't actually need to do anything next turn. We're already winning. Right. We upgraded Catalyst, so we win really fast. Okay, great. That went extremely cleanly. We got Duvu Doll, which is terrible. But we got it. I guess we're going to drink my second fruit juice, so we can pick up the Fear Potion. We can't take Acrobatics. We could take Tools of the Trade. The really nice thing about Tools of the Trade is it allows me to add cards that like to be discarded to my deck. And overall, it's just a nice card. It's kind of like Setup in some ways, because you have to draw Tools of the Trade before you get the benefit out of it, but once you do, it doesn't draw you more cards, it just makes your cards better. Let's take it. Bouncing Flask, turn 1 is good. Let's play Escape Plan. So we're going to play Bouncing Flask, the Neutralize, and Well-Laid Plans, keeping the Leg Sweep. Bullet Time is free. See no reason not to play Bullet Time, I guess. Unless we wanted to keep it for next turn, which I don't care to do that much. And then let's keep a defend for next turn. Actually, let's keep the survivor because it costs 0 next turn. Blur is free. Survivor, let's discard that setup. It's terrible when it costs 2. Of course, we Catalyst and Predator. And we win. We didn't need to play several of those cards. We got a 3rd fruit juice? Wow. We got so many fruit juice. So, I think I'm going to get rid of my Fear Potion, because of the potions, it's probably the worst I have up there with the deck that we have. Let's get our 3rd fruit juice. Dash is interesting. Distraction is possible. Distraction is a way that I could actually play a common card and not break the rules of the challenge, because distraction would be in my deck, the common card would not. The common card would be randomly chosen by distraction, perhaps. So, do I want a dash? I think the answer is mostly no. Do I want a distraction? I think it could be good, but I think it could also be bad. So let's just skip. We got bullet time turn 1. Let's play the escape plan first. And yeah, we're going to play bullet time. So the first thing that we play does extra damage, so we're going to do that against the Sentry, because we're almost certainly going to hit the Spirit Guardian with mainly poison. So next, I think we do neutralize here first. Get rid of one of the artifact charges, do the Bouncing Flask. Basically the same choice we made last time we fought this basic battle. We got the poison on the Spirit Guardian too, which is kind of nice. We're not keeping this. No, we're not. Do I play the Catalyst this turn? I don't know. Do I play the setup this turn? I think that answer is no. So do we get rid of the setup? Or do we want one of these cards for the following turn? I think we'd rather have a better chance to draw a leg sweep than any of these. So, do we play Catalyst this turn? Because it would... Oh, it actually wins the fight against the Spirit Guardian next turn, doesn't it? No, that's a good reason. Alright. And then defend. We don't need the well-laid plans. We're winning fast, we just want to defend as much as we can. Hello Jimmy, welcome to the stream. And we win. Great. We cannot take the acrobatics. We could take a second leg sweep. I don't mind second leg sweep. It is even more weakness, which means heel hook might have been actually a great choice in this deck. Other than more weakness, it's not a whole lot better than a card that we just recently turned down. That being Dash. However, I really do like the weakness. Let's take another leg sweep. And the real question is, do we smith? Or do we rest? We've got enough potions that I feel like we just smith. What do we smith? The tools of the trade would become 0 cost. Well-laid plans retain up to 2. Let's do well-laid plans. I think our deck is very much a plan-ahead deck. And since it's a plan-ahead deck, having an extra well-laid plans is quite nice. Bouncing Flask turn 1. Yeah, you know, it's pretty nice. Bouncing Flask, add some poison. We don't want to play Catalyst. I think our bullet time and tools of the trade are going to be stolen from us, perhaps. And I think we'd rather blur than strike. So, blur. The leg sweep is not bad here. I really want to play well-laid plans, so let's do, actually, is our hand such that we set up the leg sweep and then escape plan it so that the leg sweep costs 0? Or is that pointless because that would only allow us to play a strike and defend and not get to draw another card? I think it's pointless. So the tools of the trade is nice to see. I think we leg sweep here, and then we do well-laid plans. And then tools of the trade happens a future turn. We're probably going to keep it. Do we keep the setup? The setup is a little bit weird right now. I think we keep the tools of the trade and a defend? Maybe a strike is better? It's honestly hard to tell. Let's take a strike. My bullet time was stolen, as I guessed it would be. Because the bullet time was stolen, we can kind of decide when we're going to get it back, which is kind of neat. I want to play Tools of the Trade, but I also want to play Predator Defend, which involves me not playing Tools of the Trade. So Predator Defend. Let's keep Tools of the Trade and a strike. You stole a defend. That's awesome. So the left one only has a defend in its clutches. Let's start with Escape Plan. Escape Plan gave us a better leg sweep. This is probably the turn for leg sweep. Is this the turn that we use an energy potion? It probably is, because we don't get our energy from the bullet time because the bullet time has been stolen. So I think we use the energy potion this turn. And now we can leg sweep. Let's leg sweep you. And then let's also leg sweep you. And then we can Tools of the Trade finally. And then keep Bouncing Flask and Strike. So we really want to hit the right orb so we can get our bullet time back. What do we discard? I think what we do is we discard Catalyst, because we're not going to play the Catalyst soon. Let's Predator over here. And then you're 2 strikes from dying, which means we could get our bullet time back this turn. Well, no, we can't, because we can't kill it this turn. We could definitely get our bullet time back next turn. So maybe what we do is we put the blur on top of our deck. Put the blur on top. And then strike you. Striking you hurts us. But I need to strike you once in order to guarantee that you die next turn, so we're doing that. It's just sad that we had to. So we took damage that turn, which is unfortunate because this is the big damage turn for the boss. We have to discard a card. I think we discard Catalyst again. So we discard Catalyst again. Let's play Escape Plan first. And then we can play Strike to defeat this one. Actually, we don't have enough cards in enough space in our hand, do we? We've got 9 cards. So yes, we can draw a card and get our bullet time back. Great. Now we can play our bullet time. And leg sweeps and blurs. So let's leg sweep you, leg sweep you. Defend. We can defend as much as we want because we've got the block. Let's add. Let's Bouncing Flask. Let's see where it lands. Okay, we definitely need to do Bouncing Flask again. Probably one more time before we actually do Catalyst. I want to strike this one. We've got enough weakness in our deck that I don't feel the need to hit that one with too much weak. And let's keep these two rather than save them with the blur. Okay, we discard a defend. We can set up something for next turn. Don't really see anything I want to set up for next turn. Certainly think that we want to do Predator. So let's Predator, and then we could strike. That would mean that we could strike next turn, but we take 1 more damage. I don't like the 1 more damage, but you know. Let's do it. And we're going to save the strike and a defend. This means that next turn we can strike the little orb, and then we can get lots of cards, which it looks like it's doing very well. Getting lots of cards. We're not discarding a defend, so let's discard a strike. So now we're down to 9 cards. We kill him. He gives us a defend back, is that right? A defend plus. So we strike him, we get another card, and the defend back. Then we can play bullet time again. Great. I think this is going very well. It has been a little bit tricky because my deck is slow enough that this battle is a lot trickier than it normally would be. I think I'm going to play all the defense this time. Because he's going to attack next turn. Oh no, he's not. Never mind. Forget that. We don't really need that leg sweep. Alright, this is the turn that we play Catalyst. That means that we should be winning next turn. Let's just strike a couple times to make sure that happens. Let's put this leg sweep on top. Alright. And then we win. Nice. I liked that battle. That was a tricky battle that went well. We could get another bullet time. I do like my bullet time. Envenom is nice because we've got a poisonous deck, but it's not so nice when we don't really attack that much. I don't think we have enough attacks in our deck to actually care about Envenom. How about that? Maybe we do take a second bullet time. I really like my first bullet time, so why not a second one? Empty Cage could remove 2 cards. Hovering Kite would mean basically once we play once we play Tools of the Trade, we get an extra energy every turn. The cursed key would mean that we obtain a curse when we open the next non-boss chest, which does give us 1 strength, but, you know, we still don't want the curse. I'm kind of thinking Empty Cage. I would take out Survivor, and probably a Strike. What about... yeah, what if we take out Survivor and Strike with Empty Cage and rely on my bullet times for energy production? Sure, let's do that. So a Strike and Survivor. Survivor is worse than Defends right now, so we remove it. Act 3. Our boss is the Awakened One. The Awakened One cares about powers. We do have Well-Laid Plans and Tools of the Trade. Those are our only powers. But it does mean that if we got the... oh, what is it called? I can never remember what the cards in this game are called. The card that is a power that adds 2 poison every turn to all enemies. If we got that one, we would have to think about whether to put it in the deck. If we got it before seeing the Awakened One was our boss, I would put it in the deck immediately. But seeing the Awakened One makes me question doing that. We are definitely going to this shop. We've not been to a single shop this run. We've got 763 gold. And then I see a path that has lots of elites. If we go here, we get to fight 4 elites, which is great, especially with Preserved Insect. Okay, let's do it. Gale called it out. Noxious Fumes. Noxious Fumes was the power that adds poison to all enemies every turn. I would have definitely chosen that. Without seeing the Awakened One, I would have definitely put that in the deck. Now that we've seen Awakened One, not sure whether it's a good idea. I think we play Well-Laid Plans, Defend Blur, and keep Bouncing Flask. Which seems weird, but the way that I'm thinking about this is the Bouncing Flask costs too much. Until we draw our bullet time, and we've got 2 of them now, so we're quite likely to draw bullet time, like we did just now. So escape plan, bullet time. And now we've got Bouncing Flask and Predator, which might give us another bullet time next turn. And then we can even play the setup to put the leg sweep on top. I think that's worthwhile. Alright, and Catalyst for victory. Great, no damage. We could add Terror or All-Out Attack to the deck. Terror doesn't really work with the way we built our deck. It's not bad. It's actually a pretty excellent silent card, but not with what we've built. All-Out Attack is nice, but I don't think we want it. So we skip? We skip. Unfortunately, we can't transform a card. The problem is, if we transform a card and it became a common card, we lose the run. So we leave. We leave and we do not transform a card. Well, these guys are annoying. Really annoying, actually. I want to play Defense. Yeah, I probably want to play Defense. Defend, defend, defend? Guess that's the way, this turn. We still take damage. We got a bullet time. I think we don't play bullet time this turn. I think we play well-laid plans, blur and defend this turn, and then we play bullet time and predator next turn. Gale is worried about this matchup. I'm actually not worried about this matchup. It's not the best for this deck, but it's also not the worst, because the Gremlin Horn does work against these enemies. So if you kill one, even though it comes back, you get to keep killing it and keep getting energy and draw a card each time you do that. So it's not as bad as it looks. Also, this is an excellent time to use a setup to put bullet time on top of my deck, because then we can use bullet time this turn, play Predator, which means we draw 2 more cards next turn when we know we're going to draw a bullet time. And of course, a leg sweep. Let's leg sweep this one on the right, and then a defend. We're going to keep the Catalyst. We are taking damage here, so to be fair, I have been taking damage in the one that I said might not be too bad for this. Not being able to target my damage is a little bit of a problem. Let's use the bullet time and the tools of the trade. Bouncing Flask, we see where it goes. And then I think we might just Catalyst this one. The Catalyst is going to be real bad in this one. Yeah, Catalyst that one. And then Strike, Strike, and Defend, because we can keep the bullet time and the leg sweep. So the leftmost one is guaranteed to die. The rightmost one, we probably can kill it. We don't really need to set up anything this turn. So let's bullet time. Do we need to bullet time? If we do strike, strike, neutralize, we kill the one on the right. Which means that we could leg sweep to take no damage, keep bullet time for another turn. I like that. Leg sweep. We could even keep the better leg sweep for the following turn. The main problem with this deck is really that we don't do damage fast enough. That's the main problem. Ooh, we should do bullet time. I was gonna say Predator Bouncing Flask, but that only works if you play bullet time first. I wonder how we can make this deck a little bit faster in dealing damage. With a Fire Potion. I mean, that's not what I meant, but thanks, game. Concentrate, still not great for the deck. Deflect and Dagger Spray are commons, so we pass those by. Maybe the shop will give us ideas. So the shop has Crippling Cloud, which is another way to start the poison off. It's not too bad. It also applies weakness, although weakness is something that we have in spades. Accuracy is pointless for our deck, so that's not very valuable. The orange pellets is pretty nice. We only get to do it twice because we've only got 2 powers. But we could remove debuffs twice in our deck. You know, don't think I like the shop that much. I'm thinking about card remove, maybe buy the orange pellets. We could take Flash of Steel. Actually, Flash of Steel is pretty good, because it makes Ornamental Fan happen more often. Okay, let's take Flash of Steel. Flash of Steel at least is good. Thinking Ahead is fine, but it's only fine. Let's buy Orange Pellets, Crippling Cloud, and remove... Do we remove another strike? I mean, the strikes are not great, but they are upgraded. They're still not great, though. The strikes make my bullet times worse. The defends also make my bullet times worse. But I think I'd rather remove a strike than a defend. And then we could take a Molten Egg. We've got so much money that it kind of seems pointless not to take it. I guess we take a Molten Egg, and then we leave. Okay, well, that was not my favorite shop, but we made some choices. The Crippling Cloud is pretty good because it weakens everybody. But also, if we Predator Neutralize, we can kill one of them right now. Interesting. Predator Neutralize kills one, saving 13 damage. I think that's pretty nice. And then I guess we Leg Sweep. Because I see no other thing that would be better than Leg Sweep. Okay, well, we Leg Sweep. I probably should have killed one of the exploders. Now that I think about it, it would have been really smart to kill an exploder. Even though it would have dealt me a little bit more damage to deal with the exploder instead of the ones I did, it would have been a lot smarter. Because the exploders are going to explode, as their name suggests. Oh man. What do we do? We can avoid damage this turn with Leg Sweep and Blur, but then we didn't play well-laid plans, which means next turn we just get what we get. But anything else we have to take 11 damage, which is quite bad. Alright, let's defend well-laid plans. And we're going to keep Leg Sweep and Blur, because we're guaranteed to draw one bullet time, if not both of them. We were guaranteed to draw both of them, it turns out. Alright, let's do Escape Plan. Flash of Steel. And then bullet time. Set up a bullet time. Let's set up a bullet time and do a bullet time. Okay. We are going to be dealt 60 damage this turn unless we kill one of these exploders. Let's see where the Bouncing Flask lands before we do anything else. Interesting. That means that we could kill that right exploder with a fire potion, which we will, because it saves 30 damage. So that saves 30 damage. And then we end up still taking 8 damage, which, you know, there's no good place to put this strike, so I might as well keep the strike. Alright, so we took 8 damage. Not great, but still, at this point, we have won this battle. Even though Even though we took so much damage, the rest of this battle is really easy for us. Let's keep the bullet time and a defend. Alright. A bullet time leg sweep predator wins this one. We got our fire potion back. We could take infinite blades and that's it. Very poor to choose that when our boss is the awakened one. Let's not choose that. The Nemesis. I feel like the Nemesis is not the worst. It is not the best with poison as one of the things that you do, but still. Let's Bouncing Flask. Actually, let's Escape Plan first. See what we get. We got just a normal defend. Let's play the Neutralize. That means Nemesis will be weak next turn. And we can keep a leg sweep and a defend just in case the worst happens this turn. The worst did not happen. I want to play Tools of the Trade. I kind of want to play Predator, but we can't do that unless we take damage. Certainly don't want to take damage. So I think we just defend. Let's do Flash of Steel. Defend, and Catalyst is not terrible. Catalyst is not terrible. We are going to get both bullet times next turn, probably. Let's do Catalyst. And I'm going to keep a Predator and a leg sweep. We did get both bullet times. We can set up one of them. Let's do that. Set up a bullet time. Then we can Predator. And then Blur, which means next turn we get to have a bullet time and a leg sweep. We may not use the bullet time. We're guaranteed to win the following turn, so we just need to survive this one. And it looks like that's quite easy to do. Okay, well, now we save the bullet time Bouncing Flask. And we win next turn with just the poison. Ooh, there's 3 burns in my hand. Okay, I'm glad we got some block. Alright, even though we were winning with poison, I neglected to think about the burns. Hey, we got a Toxic Egg to go with our Molten Egg. 2 very late eggs. But we did get 2 of them. We could get a Backstab. That would make our first turn do more damage, which is good for the normal enemies. It's actually not bad with our boss, because the boss has 2 cultists. I'm actually going to take the Backstab. Okay, I think we will go to this fireplace. I want to smith, but how much is there left to smith? I guess Crippling Cloud and the leg sweep are both good smith targets. Let's do that. So we're going to smith the Crippling Cloud. That gets the poison out a little bit faster. I see Neutralize and Blur. Neutralize and Blur would save almost all of the damage. So we could Bouncing Flask as well this turn. Alright. So Blur, Bouncing Flask, and then I guess we want to do the Backstab next because it does extra damage. Actually, it still gets the extra damage. and then we take 1 damage. But we've started this battle off well. Escape plan gave us Tools of the Trade. We should probably do Flash of Steel just in case we get bullet time. Which we did not. Alright. So, let's play our powers. And now we get to keep the leg sweep and the Predator. I don't know why both of our bullet times end up in our 3rd turn, like every battle, but this seems like a typical thing. Our bullet times come in our 3rd turn. With the setup, which actually makes the setup useful, I'm going to discard setup because we can keep the bullet time with my retain. So bullet time, leg sweep. Yeah, there's no reason not to leg sweep. No reason not to defend either. We're going to keep catalyst and bullet time. So we play the strike and predator. We get to draw 2 extra cards next turn, and we've got a bullet time in our hand. We even got another bullet time in our hand. Okay. Well, I think we discard setup again. So, we play bullet time. Crippling Cloud, Bouncing Flask, and then Catalyst. That puts on all the poison, which means we win pretty soon. We could keep a defend and a bullet time. Let's do that. Keep a defend and bullet time. And then we just need to do a little bit of damage this turn to win, and it looks like we've got that. So, do a bullet time just to make sure. Great. And we win. We got Ginger. We can no longer become weakened. That's fine. We get a block potion. Time to drink my 3rd fruit juice. And we could get After Image. After Image has gotten a lot better than it was before, but also our boss is the Awakened one. So that's good to note. It has gotten a lot better because we've gotten more ability to get more cards. Flash of Steel and Escape Plan both work very well with not Catalyst, with After Image. I'm very tempted to take it. Alright, fine. We'll take it. And then I'm going to skip the Dreamcatcher, take the Sapphire Key. That means that we can go into Act 4 if I go this way. Which, you know, maybe we're going to go into Act 4. So, the Snake Lady here is kind of the perfect one to fight for the Act 3 elites with Gremlin Horn. The Backstab kills one of these immediately. Let's start with Escape Plan. Okay. I guess our next thing is going to be Backstab. The Healthy Dagger. That draws us a card. Not my favorite card for us to draw this turn, but still, we're going to play Bullet Time. Bouncing Flask. See where the poison lands. It landed kind of equally between them. We could Catalyst to make this one die, but you know, we do want to Catalyst the Reptomancer, not the Dagger. So I think we do Catalyst the Reptomancer, even though she only has 8 poison. Let's do it. The earlier we do it, the quicker we actually win the battle. And then I think we leg sweep the Reptomancer. I'm doing this as if we can keep any of these cards, which we can't. That was a previous battle that we already had that out. This battle we do not have that yet. Huh. We're going to take damage. I could use the fire potion this turn to greatly reduce how much damage we get. Because I could use the fire potion and the strike to kill that dagger. And that means that both daggers would die. And we would draw a card. I'm thinking about that versus just playing the block potion. And I think I like the fire potion idea more. So, hit that dagger, hit it with the strike to draw a card. Now we play bullet time. Bullet time, after image, well-laid plans, crippling cloud, and defend. Alright, we could still play the block potion. It's actually still worthwhile, so we play it. I could play the setup to get one more block. You know, let's do it. So we just take 1 damage this turn. Flash of Steel guarantees a blur. We went by both of our bullet times already? Alright. It's kind of nice for that to happen in these battles, because often we don't get there. I think we leg sweep and then blur. Keep the Predator and a strike, because just being able to kill her next turn is worthwhile, you know? Alright, we used 2 potions, which, you know, kind of goes against me saying that that was an excellent battle for us to do, but oh well. The Eternal Feather allows us to get free heals at rest sites. That's kind of nice. So there's Noxious Fumes. I was talking about Noxious Fumes before, and I said that I probably wouldn't add it to my deck because of the boss that we're fighting against. And I think that's still true. I'm really thinking about that skewer, though. We don't have a lot of actual gain energy. We have a lot of ability to reduce the cost of cards, but we don't gain energy. So the skewer doesn't do anything when we draw it with a bullet time. That probably means we don't take it, because we've got 2 bullet times. Yeah, I think we skip all 3 of these. We could take any of these, according to the challenge, and they're all upgraded, and I'm still skipping them. Feels wrong. Let's go here, get the free heal, and get the ruby key. We got a bullet time first turn. Interesting. I think we start with backstab. Backstab, and then neutralize, see what happens. 9 damage. So what we could do is set up the bullet time and play the defend, or we could bullet time to play Bouncing Flask and Crippling Cloud this turn. I think we'd rather do bullet time this turn. We don't play the strike, though, because we certainly don't want to cause the Writhing Mass to change its intent again. I guess we could set up the strike, but of all the things, let's not do that. I would like to play After Image, Well-Laid Plans, and Tools of the Trade, but I feel like all of those would be foolish. We don't have an attack in our hand, so we can't get rid of the vulnerable with orange pellets. I think we just play After Image, Blur, and Defend. At the end of the day, the Writhing Mass has a good amount of poison, and we haven't played our Catalyst yet. So this turn, we can hit the Writhing Mass with Flash of Steel, and it does not bother us to do so. Does not change the intent. Let's leg sweep, and then don't play anything else. Next turn we get a Bullet Time and a Catalyst. I think we're doing just fine. I mean, I would feel a little bit better if we weren't being attacked for so much. The Flash of Steel can change that. Alright, much better. We can Bullet Time, Bouncing Flask, and Catalyst just wins. Alright. Wonderful. We could get another Catalyst. That is good. That is good for us. Let's get another Catalyst. It's even a Catalyst Plus. It does not work against the Awakened one as much as, you know... Actually, thinking about it, all Act 3 bosses don't, like, have things that work against Catalyst, or Poison in general, because Donu and Deka, there's 2 targets, so you can't Catalyst and have it defeat the entire battle. For the Time Eater erases poison halfway through, and then Awakened one also has a halfway through that erases poison. Interesting. Never really noticed before how all of them have a reason that it doesn't work so well. So this battle is a kind of an interesting one because this one is going to give me a negative effect, which deals me damage, but I can erase the negative effect with orange pellets. And that's especially interesting because if you erase the effect, it sometimes puts the effect back on instead of attacking you. Let's make Crippling Cloud free next turn and play Blur this turn. So I have a power, an attack, and a skill in my hand, which means we can erase the 10 damage by playing all 3 of those. That means that we don't play Catalyst. We still could, it just means that we wouldn't play Defend. I think we do want to play Catalyst, but we could wait on Catalyst. We have a different Catalyst. Let's do... We're definitely going to do Crippling Cloud, no question there. We're definitely going to do the Strike. And now we're only taking 3 damage. If we play Catalyst, we take 2 damage. If we play Defend, we take 0 damage. Let's play the Catalyst. That means we definitely win next turn. Great. We cannot take any of those. Those are all commons. So we skip them. The Nemesis. Refight against the Nemesis. Let's do a Bouncing Flask, of course. Bouncing Flask turn 1 is nice. This Nemesis has Metallicize as its Burning Elite bonus, which is kind of no problem because we deal poison damage, so it kind of doesn't affect me that much. Let's set up this leg sweep. Now the next Catalyst wins the fight. Not this turn, but it would win it next turn if we drew it. I guess we want to play a Defend and a leg sweep, right? So that we take no damage. And then if we draw our Catalyst, we win. We did not draw the Catalyst. Do we still win because we've got Predator? We do still win. Great. Easy Burning Elite. We got Vajra, which gives us a strength. You know, it's not terrible. It doesn't do much, but it's not terrible. And we did get a block potion for our trouble, which is nice. Ooh, and another bouncing flask. There we go. All right. I think we can win Act 3 boss. It's going to be not the easiest battle, but I think we can win it. I believe we should probably rest here rather than smith something. There's not much left in our deck to smith, so let's rest. Give us the extra buffer on our health points. And go into this battle. Okay. We should kill the two on the left first, of course. Thinking about what we want to do in this battle, especially about when we want to play our catalysts. And I think I'm going to have to figure that out as we go. Let's play Flash of Steel first, see what we draw. We drew a Defend. So that means that I could bullet time. Let's bullet time. We can backstab this one, strike it a couple times, and then we can keep it alive for this turn. Well, actually, we should have done Bouncing Flask first. Bouncing Flask is probably going to kill it. Yeah, we should have done Bouncing Flask first. That was silly. Oh well. We'll leg sweep you, and should we neutralize this one? I think we should neutralize that one. We've got so much weakness in the deck. I think it's valuable to use our weakness across the enemies rather than just focusing on the boss. Start with Escape Plan, definitely. We leg sweep the boss. And then we blur and setup, I guess? We're still taking damage this turn. We've already caused the boss to gain 2 strength. What? Did the boss just start with 2 strength? Because I didn't play any powers yet, did I? I don't think I played any powers. We've got well-laid plans, after image, and tools of the trade. Yeah, we haven't played any powers. So, do we set up the Bouncing Flask? I think we do. Set up Bouncing Flask. We take a little bit of damage this turn. And we do have Predator. I have to decide whether playing Tools of the Trade is worthwhile. It's a hard choice. It's a pretty hard choice, but we play Bouncing Flask first, see where that lands. It landed all on you. That's actually really nice for it to have landed all on you, because we want you to die next turn, so you're going to die next turn. I think we don't play Tools of the Trade. And we don't play Catalyst, so we keep those. And I don't think we play After Image either. I think we do play Well-Laid Plans. Let's start with the bullet time. Actually, the Flash of Steel is what we start with, of course. Okay, bullet time. Well-Laid Plans, I think, is worthwhile to play, even though it gives the boss 2 strength. Or 1 strength. I don't think we play After Image. We do play Crippling Cloud, of course, and we do play a Bouncing Flask. Hope that it hits the main boss more than it did, but it did not, so, you know, we were not lucky. And then I think that we save our catalysts for later. And I'm going to save them like this. I'm going to save the After Image just in case I change my mind about playing it. So the 6x4 attack is pretty bad for us. Overall pretty bad. I think we just play Defend, Defend, Defend. and keep Predator and Strike. There's the bullet time. We like seeing the bullet times. Alright. So, Predator is very nice. Bouncing Flask is very nice. Keep you weak forever is also nice. I'm going to keep... I probably should have kept the other leg sweep, but I'm going to keep this leg sweep for next turn. Just in case we need it. I think we're going to draw another bullet time. We did, but it wasn't in the deck. It was in the discard pile. Escape plan first. We got our after image. I don't want to play those until after the awakened one dies the first time. So let's play bullet time. The blur is really nice. And then strike and bouncing flask. We can apply lots of poison even without my catalysts. Let's keep the after image and the tools of the trade. I'm saving the catalysts for after defeating the boss the first time too. Saving a lot for after the first time the boss goes down. I want to leg sweep this turn, so let's leg sweep this turn and then set up the bouncing flask for next turn. I like that. We can even keep the 2 defense. Bouncing flask, of course. And then defend, defend, defend. That saves 1 damage to defend another time, whereas we could play, well, the other option is a strike, which is not very impactful, so let's not play that. Escape plan first, of course. We play defend, defend. I did not play bullet time. Whoops. Alright. Well, you know what? We're actually doing really well because we should be able to deal lethal damage this turn, right? Maybe not. 22 damage. We can't. We're 7 damage short from dealing lethal. So I guess we're gonna do bullet time and play Predator, Blur, leg sweep, and defend. And we've got a bullet time and bouncing flask for next turn. Okay, 43 damage is a lot of damage. Let's acknowledge that that is a lot of damage. We do have 34 reserved block from last turn, though. So the bullet time, and then after image, and tools of the trade. Now we've got our powers in play. Couple of bouncing flasks. Now I feel good about playing catalysts whenever we get them. Also, leg sweep adds weak, which is good. So let's strike, and let's keep the 2 defense. What do we discard? Could discard the neutralize. Doesn't really do that much. Now that it's already weak and we can apply weakness very easily. We also got a bullet time, which made my choice even better. Alright, bullet time, bouncing flask, leg sweep, a strike, a couple of defends, keep the other 2 defends. And then next turn, we might get both of our catalysts. We did. So I think that just wins. Catalyst, catalyst to victory. 418 poison. End our turn. And win. Alright. So we've defeated the Rare Taste Challenge with the Silent on Ascension 7. That definitely sets a new personal record. I think my personal record was either Ascension 3 or 4 with the Defect. Now we've done it on Ascension 7. That greatly increases our personal record for me to try to beat right now. Well, let's fight Act 4 first. But we've won at this point. Act 4 is optional. I have opted in. Let's see if we can beat the heart. I'm not very confident about beating the heart, but who knows? No reason to rest, so let's smith one of the final cards to smith. Against the heart, having After Image in your opening hand is pretty nice, honestly. So we could get After Image in our opening hand by making it innate. Making the bullet times cost 1 less doesn't seem very valuable with the deck that we have. Making the leg sweep give 3 more block is fine. Making the tools of the trade not cost anything might do nothing if we draw it with a bullet time. So of all the choices, let's make a third card appear in our starting hand every turn, every battle. Because we've got the After Image, so we've got a power that appears in our starting hand. We have an attack, the Neutralize Plus, which starts in our opening hand. And we have the Bouncing Flask, a skill that starts in our opening hand. So we've got a power, a skill, and an attack that all start in our opening hand. That's a lot better because we got Bag of Preparation, by the way. There's some decent stuff here. For one, we can actually take a Noxious Fumes now, and it would not be bad. Deep Breath is also not bad. I kind of like Deep Breath. The only one of the top cards we can take is Noxious Fumes. We've got enough money to take a couple things. I'm also considering a Power Potion. The Sundial might be good. The Fossilized Helix, I like this card a lot, but I don't know if it's going to be that valuable, especially because the heart probably hurts me turn 1 with the Beat of Death. So we probably don't prevent much with the Fossilized Helix. The Orrery is also kind of nice. So I think I want a Power Potion. Let's start there. So we've got a Power Potion. I kind of like Deep Breath and Orrery. Let's go those two. So Orrery first, because that might change whether we want Deep Breath. Oh, we got Adrenaline. That's excellent. We're going to take Adrenaline Plus right here. We can't take any of those cards, they're all common. We could take Distraction Plus. I probably won't. Finisher or Concentrate are possible, but don't really care for either of those. Not with the deck that we have. Storm of Steel is not terrible. Calculated Gamble Plus can be really good. Let's take a Calculated Gamble Plus. Okay, so we only took 2 cards there. I'm still thinking about the Distraction Plus, but I think I'm going to choose not to. So we only took 2 cards there, but the 2 cards that we took were Adrenaline Plus and Calculated Gamble Plus, and I think we spent 145 gold for that. That is well worth it. Now that we've done that, I still think I want a Deep Breath. The other option is buying another Power Potion. We can actually do both of those. Let's buy Deep Breath, and let's buy another Power Potion instead of this Block Potion. So we're going to have 2 free powers at the start of the heart fight. I think we've got a pretty good chance, actually. I mean, we do have to beat these two, which are not trivial by any means. But I'm feeling a lot better about it than I was before. We should start with escape plan just in case we draw, like, before we play after image, because we could draw a bullet time. So let's do escape plan first. We got deep breath. Interesting. Well, that is pretty interesting. Let's play our zero-cost attacks. And I think we pretty much will always kill the Spire Spear first, so I'm going to do the extra damage from Akabeko there. Oh, we should have done Neutralize, or the after image already. Whoops. Let's do it now. Alright. And then I'm definitely thinking about Crippling Cloud. We could do Crippling Cloud and Deep Breath. Let's do Crippling Cloud and Deep Breath. Okay. I'm fine with that. Taking 16 damage on the first turn. I knew the first turn wasn't going to be great. Unless we drew a bullet time, which we did not. So, first turn wasn't great. We did get a bullet time now. It's useful to play. It's not very useful to play, but it's useful to play. And we definitely want to turn around so that we get a lot less damage this turn. Should I play the setup for the block? I guess it doesn't do anything else, so let's play it for the block. Took 6 damage this turn. This is not going too bad, actually. I'm actually feeling pretty good about this. We really want to turn around. Ooh, we got Calculated Gamble. So one of the things that could happen here is we Catalyst the Spire Shield, we Calculated Gamble, and we get something that allows us to defeat the Spire Shield this turn. The other option is we Calculated Gamble to hope to get Bullet Time, which is a pretty good chance, honestly. Pretty good chance to get Bullet Time and be able to draw cards with Escape Plan and Adrenaline. Is that better? Let's do it. It also gives us a chance to get weakness on the shield here, which is also very good for us. Alright, we basically got the best that we could have gotten there. So now we play the Bullet Time Leg Sweep to give you weakness. Actually, we should probably Leg Sweep the Spear and then neutralize the shield. And then we strike so that we get some extra block, and then we block a couple times. And I think we take no damage. Is that right? Yeah, we take no damage. So we can Bouncing Flask and Catalyst this turn. Seems pretty nice. I think that means we win next turn. I think. It's not guaranteed. So this turn we play Leg Sweep over here, and then we blur. The spear dies, the shield dies next turn. And we want to play defend so these burns don't hurt us. Alright, there we go. We lost 22. Oh my gosh, we got Tungsten Rod? That's amazing. Alright, I feel like our chances just increased kind of a lot. We definitely do not need a weak potion. But we take the Tungsten Rod. And I still don't think a Terror is that useful. It's better against the heart than pretty much everything else because the heart has so much health. So we get to use the Terror's effect for a long time. But I still think we're going to basically win from poison, so let's skip it. Alright. I think we win this one. Let's see. So number 1, let's play our power potions. We could get another After Image, or we could get Envenom. I like the Envenom a lot more in this battle than any other battle. Although the After Image is pretty nice, but I think we're going to take the Envenom. We could take another Envenom? We could take a Caltrops. Caltrops does a lot of damage in this particular fight. Do we take another Envenom and just go super poison? I think I do. So we're going to play... We almost don't need the After Image. Let's see here. We're going to play Well-Laid Plans, definitely. And we're definitely going to play the Backstab and the Neutralize, but after Envenom. And I think we want to play Bouncing Flask this first turn. So let's play Tools of the Trade as the other thing that we do. Tools of the Trade... Oh no, the Bouncing Flask. Whoops. I misjudged how much energy I actually had. We'll play the Bouncing Flask next turn then. In that case, let's play After Image. And Neutralize and Backstab. And the heart has 6 poison. Alright, let's keep the Defend more than the Strike. What we really want to see this turn is something that we did not see. Unfortunate. We don't want the Catalyst just yet. Actually, it's pretty good. Actually, it's pretty nice. Okay. I think we're going to take this. Not seeing a power is really unfortunate because that keeps us vulnerable and frail. Not seeing a power nor an attack, everything in my hand is a skill. Alright, well, we're going to be frail and vulnerable for a while, I guess. But let's play Bullet Time and let's play all of these cards, basically. So, the Bouncing Flask, Crippling Cloud, Catalyst, triple that poison already, and then Defend for a little bit, only a little bit, so we're taking a bunch of damage. But we do get to discard the wound here. And we should do Flash of Steel first. Flash of Steel first. I want to play the Catalyst, of course. The Void means that even if we drew Bullet Time, we'd have to also draw Adrenaline, so this Gambler's Brew is not as useful as it could be. Also, the 2x15 is not as dangerous when we've got a Tungsten Rod. So I think we just play Catalyst, because Catalyst guarantees that we win next turn. I mean, that's pretty nice, right? And then I think we play Deep Breath. Which means we get another Flash of Steel. And Defend. Alright, well, I think we guaranteed win next turn. There we go. That was one of the easiest heart fights I've had on these challenge runs. There we go. Win. We defeated the Corrupt Heart. And here's our deck. So we've got our starter cards. We actually... the only starter card that we got rid of? No, we got rid of 2 strikes. We got rid of 2 strikes and Survivor. But we kept the rest of our starting deck because we upgraded all of them with Simplicity. We had Neutralize, the attack that we started with, Bouncing Flask, the skill that we started with, and After Image, the power that we started with. And it was a pretty heavy poison deck. Obviously, poison works pretty well when you are forced to only have uncommons and rares, because a lot of the poison cards are uncommons or rares, whereas discard effects are very common. They're commonly uncommon cards, as it were. Except for Tools of the Trade. So we got our 1 discard effect, basically, in the deck. Alright. That was great. And that was the Silent on Ascension 7. Let's do another one. So, for the next one, we're going to try to beat that. Try to beat Ascension 7. So let's go to Ascension 8. And of course we're going to change characters. I'm going to change to the Watcher. See if we can win on Ascension 8 with the Watcher with the same rule set. The Rare Taste Challenge with the Watcher. So, the Watcher on Ascension 8 and Rare Taste Challenge. So we can only have uncommons and rares. We can only add uncommons and rares to the deck. We get to play with our starter card, of course. Let's go. Alright, as before, we cannot choose the bottom option because there are some boss relics which transform cards in your deck into random cards that might be commons. So if we chose that, the run might end on floor 0. So we're not going to choose the random boss relic. The other options are fine. The Obtain a Curse for 250 gold is bad unless we get an early shop, which, you know, there is a very early shop, actually. So we could take that. I'm interested to take that. Well, actually, I'm not going to, for a very simple reason. Although my rules allow curses, it says curses allowed right here, the curses all appear like common cards. It's kind of hard to put a rarity on curses, but they appear as common cards just like some of the event colorless cards do. And I count the event colorless cards as common, so I also count the curses as common. Therefore, even though I have curses allowed, in the spirit of trying to keep the deck not having any commons, I'm not going to elect to take a curse. If I end up with a curse in the deck, it's fine, but I'm not going to choose to. So I think I'm going to do the 100 gold instead of the 250 gold. That was the end goal of that statement. Alright, I think we take 3 elites in Act 1 with a very early shop with our extra money and a couple of fires. I like that. Very first battle, I cannot avoid taking damage unless I play my miracle turn 1. How sad. Let's do it. So I could do Eruption, but if I did Eruption I wouldn't win, so we're not going to do Eruption. I'm used to being Frail at this point in this battle, but we haven't actually gotten Frail yet, because this is the first time the Frail debuff has happened. And we take 1 damage. That's the last damage we take. So we took 1 damage in the first battle. We get Liquid Bronze, Potion on the first battle. Kind of nice. Alright, we've got 2 choices already that we can take. We can take Like Water or Mental Fortress. Prostrate is common, so we can't take that. Well, I usually tend to lean toward Mental Fortress over Like Water, so I'm going to continue doing that when it's the first choice. And here's where we could spend our extra money. I see a Rushdown immediately that's even on sale. That seems quite nice. Let's do that. So we get a Rushdown. That already encourages me to remove a card from my deck. So I think that's going to be my next thing, is remove a Defend from the deck. Alright, so far this Watcher run is shaping out to be quite nice. We could even buy a Discovery. Discoveries are pretty good. I'm interested. Let's get a Discovery. Alright, we spent our early money, and I think we spent it quite well. Do I want a question mark, or... I want to go question marks. I like question marks. Ho, the Scrap Ooze. So, in the Silent Run, the Scrap Ooze dealt me a ton of damage, but it gave me the Gremlin Horn, which ended up being amazing. So, let's see what we get this time, because I would love to have a relic. Ho, we got a relic on the first click. It's not the best relic, but if you're going to get Ceramic Fish anytime, getting it on floor 3 is pretty nice. So, the Ceramic Fish will probably give us a fair amount of gold over the course of the run. 9 gold every time we add a card to the deck. Eruption Strike does how much? Not enough. I think we play Mental Fortress Vigilance. There's our Rushdown and a Discovery. Let's see what's in the box. Oh, Ragnarok is in the box? I like a Ragnarok. Alright. And we win. Great. We could get Talk to the Hand. I love Talk to the Hand. Talk to the Hand is a great card. Alright. We have gotten very lucky so far, I think. Hopefully that continues. I really don't need to heal, and I don't have enough money to remove a card, so this one did nothing. Mental Fortress and Rushdown. Definitely want to do that. This is not a bad elite to do the Liquid Bronze, so I'm going to. I guess I probably should have checked what the boss was. The Liquid Bronze would have worked well against the boss, but I don't think we need much help against that boss. So, we'll use it here. So there's the Discovery. I guess we should see what's in the box first. Ooh, we've got a Tantrum, a Wheel Kick, or Alpha. It's definitely not going to be Alpha, but Wheel Kick or Tantrum are both good options. Let's take the Wheel Kick, because that means that we can... This does 30 damage when we're in Wrath. So what does that mean? If we do Eruption, we can actually kill this left one with Eruption and Wheel Kick, which is pretty nice. Let's do that. Okay, now granted, we do have to play Miracle and Defend in order to not take tons of damage. And we could regret the fact that we ended up in Wrath. I turned out not regretting it, though, because... Oh, we don't kill this one. Never mind. I do slightly regret it. If we don't kill this one, we should aim at the other one. If we had one more energy, we would have killed that one. So, Vigilance. I did take a fair amount of damage here. A fair amount more damage than I would have liked to take here, but... oh well. We get Golden Eye. Whenever you scry 2 additional cards. Alright, well, we don't have any scry cards yet. We could take a Judgment. Judgment is great early. I enjoy Judgment. We'll take a Judgment. And then, do I heal myself? I don't want to heal myself. I'd rather Smith. Because we could Smith Eruption. If we had a Smith Eruption, we could have won that last one without taking 20 of the damage that we took. I really like Smithing Eruption, so let's do that. That does mean that we're at 20, and we don't find a fireplace until after another elite. But I feel like we'll be fine. Let's see what's in the discovery box first. Battle Hymn? Alright. Battle Hymn's not bad. It means that we can do Eruption Strike, and we're guaranteed to win next turn. So we can do Carve Reality or Reach Heaven. We can't take Tranquility because it's common. I like Carve Reality. I also kind of like Reach Heaven, for that matter. I think the one that I play with the least is Reach Heaven, so let's take Reach Heaven, just to continue doing things that I don't normally do. Ho-ho, a War Paint. What can War Paint hit? It can hit Judgment, Vigilance, and Defends. And Discovery. I'm happy with any of those. We got Judgment and Defend. Okay, we could actually take the banana here, but, you know, I'm a crazy person. Let's take the donut. The Lagavulin. Lagavulin is interesting. We've got a Mental Fortress, a Talk to the Hand, and a Rushdown that we kind of all want to play before waking up the Lagavulin. Unfortunately, Reach Heaven wakes up the Lagavulin, so I can't do that to put the Through Violence in my deck. There's the Mental Fortress, and we can play Vigilance. And then... do I start with Discovery? The problem here is that if I go into Wrath and I don't draw Vigilance very soon, then I might just die. I think we can lean on the Speed Potion. So we're going to lean on the Speed Potion. I'm going to play the Rushdown. Let's play the Discovery first. Discovery first. There's another Judgment. We've got a Wallop, actually. Wallop is quite nice. So let's take the Wallop. Then we do Rushdown. And then I'm going to play Eruption now. Actually, should we play Wallop first so that it's in the deck? Let's do that. Because when we play Eruption, we're going to draw 2 cards. I want Wallop to be in the discard pile so that we can draw it the next time through the deck. So there's the Talk to the Hand. That might help us a lot. And then in these 9 cards, we have a fair amount of defense, including Wallop and Vigilance. However, we do kind of have to get a little bit lucky. Should I play my Miracle now to get 12 more damage in? I don't think so. I think I'll keep the Miracle. Okay, so this is why we have the Speed Potion. because of this possibility. Alright, so then we use our Speed Potion. We play the Defend. That way we don't die. This is a good time to use the Miracle because getting the Miracle means that we get 2 more block, and we get a lot closer to defeating Lagavulin. Okay. We do have Vigilance. We also have Wallop. Wallop would get us 18 block, 20 block actually. Vigilance kind of gets more than that, but Vigilance gets 12 block, which barely allows me to survive. Yeah, okay. And then we can also play the Defend and block everything. Never mind. Oh, we drew the Judgment at the wrong... Oh, never mind. I did the math wrong. Judgment. Judge that Lagavulin. Judged. Oh, we got Pantograph. Wonderful. We heal before boss battles. Don't really want Wreath of Flame. Deus Ex Machina we could take. I don't know that we want to, but we could. It's interesting, but I don't know that we want it. Thinking about this Deus Ex Machina, we're definitely going to heal on the next fire. I think I'm going to choose not to take it. I might regret that in the future, depending on what we get. So we rest here. We've got 32 health for the next elite. This one again. We took a lot of damage last time we fought these. Start with Discovery. Discovery finds these cards, which are not my favorite for it to find, but a Carve Reality, I guess, is pretty nice. Let's play a Defend and a Strike. Maybe we should play the Talk to the Hand, because it's just not going to be good in this battle. But we might need the damage from the Strike, honestly. Yeah, we might need it. So there's a Mental Fortress and a Vigilance. I like that. We didn't get to defeat anything just yet, which is unfortunate. Next turn actually looks pretty nice. We've got a Judgment, which just takes out one of them. And we've got Eruption and a Smite at least, which probably takes out another one. So yeah, let's play Vigilance and Mental Fortress. The other way around, though. And I think it's even worthwhile to do the Miracle Defend here. Okay, the middle one does have a little bit too much health. But only a little bit too much. What if we focus the middle one down with damage? That would be Eruption plus Smite. Smite would do 24. A Strike would do... I don't think we're going to play Reach Heaven, is that right? I mean, actually, we could do Reach Heaven. We can't do Reach Heaven, Rushdown, Eruption. We don't have that much. Otherwise, we could play the Reach Heaven, guarantee that Through Violence was right there on top of the deck. But what if we do Eruption, Reach Heaven, and Smite? The Reach Heaven and the Smite would do 24, 44 damage. Yeah, so we could do Eruption here. Then we could do Reach Heaven here. The Smite there to kill that one. The Judgment to kill the one on the right. And then we have a Through Violence as the only card in our deck, so we're guaranteed to draw it and kill this one. Cool. Centennial Puzzle, that's a pretty nice one too. An attack potion is welcome. We might want an attack potion. And we got a Wallop. A Wallop to put directly in the deck. Alright. Look at how many cards we've taken already. When we're limited on which cards we're allowed to take, we've already taken this many cards. That's very surprising to me. We've gotten very lucky with how few commons we've seen. Alright, so we cannot choose to transform because transform might change something into a common, which would be bad. Upgrade or remove? I certainly want both of those things. I do want both of those. With how good our deck is getting, I kind of want to remove another card. Removing a strike, maybe? Let's remove a strike. And then we upgraded this fire because we've got the Pantograph, so we're guaranteed to get some health before going into the boss. I could upgrade Talk to the Hand. It's one of the nice things to upgrade. Rushdown is also nice because it becomes free. And then Wallop is quite nice because it increases both the attack damage and the defense that you get out of it. Doubled, of course, when you are in Wrath. I'm going to choose one of those three. And I guess the one I'm going to choose is Talk to the Hand. Because it's good for this next battle. Don't think we need something good for the next battle, but when I couldn't make a choice, it was the one that I chose. We should probably do Discovery, which means we might do Miracle very first turn. Is doing Miracle first turn a good idea? Because I'm going to play the Reach Heaven. Let's wait for the Discovery to come back around. We already got the Through Violence. Alright. We're going to do a lot of damage this turn. Alright, so Talk to the Hand. Through Violence just goes right through that block. And then a couple of strikes. So there's the Vigilance. Let's play the Mental Fortress Vigilance. Could have done a Miracle for the Rushdown. Probably should have considered it slightly longer than I did. The Wallop gives me 6 block, essentially. Don't think that's worth it. Let's just do the Defend. Okay, how much damage can we do with Eruption? I think that depends on what Discovery gives us. Discovery gave us Empty Body, or Sanctity, which draws us more cards. Let's do a Sanctity. I think the Sanctity works well in this battle anyway. It also works because we just did the Discovery, so we get to draw 2 cards right now. So, Eruption, and then Strike, Strike, Strike does change him, but then we would not be in Calm, which is disturbing to not be in Calm. But I guess we're going to shuffle our deck. We could half and half it though, because we could do a Vigilance right now. Let's do the Vigilance right now. Let's be slightly safer here. There's my rush down, so I can do Eruption and Reach Heaven. Yeah, Reach Heaven. The Strike doesn't do anything. And then we've got the Vigilance in our deck. It's right there. As well as a Through Violence, which is 40 damage. Should I take 3 damage? I guess I should. And then we can even play a Strike. We do Defend Sanctity, I'll draw cards. I might draw Eruption. We drew a Wallop, which is fine, but I was hoping to win with a Judgment. We might still, but we haven't really done too much yet. We could do Eruption and go back into Vigilance at the end of the turn. So let's see here. Let's do a Strike. And we could do Eruption and Strike and Strike. Oh, we don't just win because of the block. However, we are very likely to draw a Judgment, which wins. Great. So we played with Conjure Blade in one of these challenge runs, and it was very exciting. It's probably not going to be this one that we do something like that, though. I've already turned down 1 Deus Ex Machina. So it's really just Conjure Blade or Alpha. I don't think this is an Alpha sort of deck either. So I think I'm choosing against Conjure Blade, which means we just skip. So we cannot choose the Astrolabe. The problem with Astrolabe is that it transforms cards, which means it might give us commons, which would immediately invalidate the run. So we cannot choose Astrolabe. We can choose Sacred Bark, which doubles the effectiveness of potions. That's quite nice. The Velvet Choker is fine. Not being able to play more than 6 cards per turn is kind of annoying, and you usually get to the point that that affects you. Discovery also makes that a little bit bad, and Rushdown kind of makes that a little bit bad, so let's not take that one. Let's take Sacred Bark. Alright, Act 2. You know what? Even though we're in Ascension 8, I didn't look at what Ascension 8 actually does. So we're at the normal and elite enemies are tougher. They have more health. But bosses are not tougher. That would be Ascension 9. And Ascension 10 adds the curse. So I like this middle path. We could go here and then choose which one of these 3 elites we want to go to. That will also pass us by a shop, which is nice because we've got lots of money. And another elite, which, you know, I like hunting elites. So here we go. Judgment immediately kills one of them after playing Eruption or Reach Heaven. I think we see what's in the Discovery first. Crescendo would enter us into Wrath right now. Foresight works really well with the golden eye that we have. But, you know, that's it. I don't know. I guess we choose follow-up. So by the way, and this is an important thing for this challenge, this one says I cannot have common cards, and what it means is that I cannot have common cards in this deck. It doesn't matter what's in this deck. So I can choose a common card here from my Discovery or from like an attack potion or something. So I think I am going to choose the follow-up. That means I kind of want to play Rushdown Eruption. That seems terrible. Alright. We could play Reach Heaven Judgment. We could even play Reach Heaven Follow-Up. Oh man. None of these are that great. We could use our attack potion, which would very much trivialize this battle. But I'm trying to not use an attack potion and also not take 22 damage. I can take 11 damage if I do Reach Heaven and Judgment. That would mean that I kill the right one, and the left one is alive, but it only does 11 damage. If we go into Wrath, we get 22 damage. If we don't kill one of them, we have 22 damage. So I think that's going to be the way we do. So Reach Heaven here, follow up to hit this one, Judgment to kill this one. And then we could play the Rushdown with the Miracle, if we wanted to. But it kind of feels like we're not going to get back into Wrath anytime soon. So Talk to the Hand Wallop blocks, as well as deals damage. And we've got a Through Violence next turn, so we play Strike this turn, we win next turn. Great. Took 11 damage, and we got a Flex Potion, which is incredible with the Watcher. Incredible. We could take Like Water. The other two are common, so we cannot take those. I think we skip. I don't think I want a Like Water. Alright, an Old Beggar. Let's remove a card from the deck. Huzzah. And I want to remove another Strike. Strikes are really not where I deal most of my damage. I deal them with Wallops, Reach Heavens, Through Violence. And we can surely find better strikes faster than we can find better defense. Alright. Not my favorite battle to go into. This might be the time that we use an attack potion. Let's see what's in Discovery first. Blasphemy would be terrible. We could have 2 Rushdowns. 2 Rushdowns is kind of funny. Or we could have a Study. You know, they're both very similar. Let's take another Rushdown. And do we use our attack potion? I think we do. This is likely to save a lot of health. So we can take... We're going to get 2 copies of this card, I think. So I believe we should not choose Conclude. Fear No Evil. We'll take 2 copies of Fear No Evil. Then talk to the hand on one of them. This person right here, this little bird. And then a couple of Fear No Evils means that we knock it out of the sky and we get some block. Now we can play Rush Down and a Defend, so we take exactly 1 damage, so that Centennial Puzzle gives us 3 cards. Judgment immediately takes you out. We'll start there. I think we Eruption you, draw 4 cards. We've got space in our hand, barely. Should we do Mental Fortress first? Yes. We get another Judgment. Alright. Just judge you immediately. And we basically win next turn. Great, that went well. We cannot choose any of these. I would love to have a Cut Through Fate in this deck, especially because we've got Golden Eye, so the Scry would be multiplied by 2. I mean, it's also just additive, granted, but still. But they're all common, so we cannot take them. Ho-ho! Choose one of 20 cards to add to the deck. Let's go. There's of course lots of commons here, but there's lots of uncommons too. I see a Meditate, a Vault. I'm just pointing at things that I think are worthwhile. Sanctity's not bad. Conclude's not bad. Swivel is not terrible. Swivel actually works rather well with the fact that we have Reach Heaven and Wallop in the deck. So Swivel's not terrible either. Indignation isn't terrible. It's another way to enter Wrath. So of those, I think I really want to take Swivel. It's a weird choice, but you know, we're doing things that I don't normally do a little bit this night. And Swivel is something I don't normally do, but it's a nice one. And it's a block card that I would like to update. I would like to upgrade, which is not something that's true for most of the other block cards that I have. So, Swivel first, and then I think I do Rush Down and a Defend, maybe? So unfortunately, one of these is going to cost 0, but it's only the first one that I play that's going to cost 0. The rest of them are not going to cost 0. So which one do we do? I mean, I guess the Eruption is going to be the one that costs 0. We do Mental Fortress Eruption. We could play the Flex Potion to avoid lots of damage, perhaps. Perhaps. This seems like a bad plan. Especially because we're not in Calm. I think we do it anyway. Do we even play the Mental Fortress? Because we actually get more out of Talk to the Hand, I guess. Let's do this. We're going to do Talk to the Hand here. Do we play the Flex Potion? We're going to play Eruption and Wallop. I think we do play the Flex Potion. So, now we're doing Talk to the Hand, Eruption, Wallop. Which is a lot of damage, but it's still kind of not enough. Defeating this one would actually deal us more damage. So we're taking 18. That didn't go extremely well, but I do kind of know that we're going to win this turn. We should win this turn. We have the Judgment to kill either of them. Doesn't look like we actually do win this turn. Let's see what's in this one. So Flying Shields is, or Flying Sleeves is fine. We'll take a Flying Sleeves. And Flying Sleeves plus Strike kills you, and then Judgment kills this one. Okay, we got a lot more damage from that than I would have liked. Perseverance. It's better than a Defend, but not by a huge amount. Is it what I'm looking for in terms of block cards, though? I don't know, I kind of like my Wallop and Swivel. I would like a way to exit Wrath, other than just Vigilance. I think that's what we really need. And I don't want Perseverance, that doesn't do that. So I need a way to exit Wrath. Let's see what's in the box. Indignation, a way to enter Wrath. I mean, we could play Rushdown Indignation. It just means that we would probably die this turn, which is real bad for us. Yeah, I don't really want to die this turn. I guess let's take an Empty Fist for this battle. And we've got to play Rushdown and Defend, I think. Rushdown, Defend. Do I Miracle Reach Heaven? I think I don't. So we draw 3 cards and we take 21 damage. The Judgment very cleanly kills the right Slaver. So let's start there, I think. Judgment kills you. A Swivel Wallop would actually block. It would almost block fully, but I really do want to enter Vigilance. Or Calm, I mean. So let's actually do Vigilance Defend instead. I did draw Eruption. Let's do it. So Mental Fortress first, then Eruption. We can do Talk to the Hand, Swivel Wallop. Talk to the Hand, Swivel Wallop. And we don't die. We can't say much more than that, but we at least don't die. And that's good. It's good to not die. We look like we might be dying this turn. The Reach Heaven kills this one, though. But it kills that one... Well, we're definitely going to do that. Kills that one, and we've got 3 block. We can get 8 more block, and we're technically surviving, even without using the energy potion. So we're alive. We're not alive by much, but we're alive. Reach Heaven, and Judgment wins. We got Question card. Future card rewards have an additional card. That's nice. Liquid Bronze, and we can get a Vault or another Swivel. You know? Kind of want another Swivel. And then the real problem is that we're kind of scheduled to die at that elite. We could get... We actually can't do this. If we took the bites, I count those as common cards, so that would invalidate the challenge. So let's refuse. We need something at this shop, because You know, kind of thinking that we might die at that elite. What did we get? There's a Dark Shackles, which is kind of nice. There's a Fear No Evil, which is certainly something that we need. Start there. Fear No Evil is something that we need. Dark Shackles definitely helps. And then, do we remove another card? Nirvana isn't bad, it's just that we don't scry ever. So it's actually worthless. Even though we've got the Golden Eye, we don't ever scry. And that makes me cry. Card removal service or a relic. This relic gives me 2 health before that elite fight. So we might take it. I think what we do is we take the blood vial and we take the skill potion. And that might be enough for us to survive. Toy Ornithopter. There we go. That helps us survive. Alright. So now we've got 15 health right there in our potions. Will it be enough? That's the next question. Is it enough? I mean, the first question is, how do we survive this first turn? And it's going to involve a swivel. I certainly want to put Talk to the Hand on the Gremlin Leader, but do we get to do that? I guess we can if we swivel Reach Heaven, the Sneaky Gremlin, Strike the Sneaky Gremlin, Miracle, Talk to the Hand on the Gremlin Leader, but then we might just die next turn. We could use a skill potion, but it feels like next turn is the time to do that too. So let's do what I just said. The swivel, Reach Heaven, Strike, and then put Talk to the Hand on the Gremlin Leader. So we don't take any damage this turn, but we didn't make our ability to survive much better. You know? It's actually going quite well. So we can do the Judgment to kill this one. We can do Eruption because we've got Fear No Evil in the deck now, which is great. There's no reason to play Swivel. So we're definitely going to do Judgment. No question there. I don't feel there's a reason to do Rushdown when we're going to enter Wrath this turn, so let's do Mental Fortress Eruption. And then this is the turn that we could potentially die. We did not die. At least not so far. Let's use Discovery. Discovery could get us Foreign Influence. You know, it's not terrible. Cut Through Fate is one of the things that I've been wanting to have. Conclude is really nice. Actually, Conclude is really nice. It kills both of the gremlins. Let's take a Conclude. Alright, so Fear No Evil does not put us into calm, is the thing. Because we've got to Fear No Evil here now. And then Conclude. Okay, and then the question is, can we win this turn? The Through Violence definitely helps. So the Through Violence helps, that does 40 damage. The Wallop only does 18. It does gain some block, but it's not enough block by any means. So, we need to find out if the Skill Potion has something for us to survive. There's 2 Scrawls. I mean, it looks like 1 Scrawl, but it's actually 2 Scrawls. There's also 2 Prostrates, which seems pointless. So 2 Scrawls it is. Let's play one of the scrolls first. Guess there's no reason not to play a scroll first. So there's a Fear No Evil, which is quite good because we can Fear No Evil and then Eruption, and we gain back all of that energy that we spent. So let's do that. Do we have enough damage in our hand to win? I assume we do, especially if we use the other scroll. So Fear No Evil, Eruption, then the Through Violence, and then the Wallop and Conclude wins. Wallop, Conclude. I conclude this battle. Alright. Great, we survived. We actually went up in health. We went down in potions, but we went up in health. We got a Toxic Egg, and we could get another Reach Heaven, or we could get a Battle Hymn. Having another Reach Heaven is not bad. It's also upgraded. I think I'm going to take it. Alright, and we're only at 10 health, so we kind of have to go to the left path now in order to guarantee that we survive. Well, not guarantee, but have a better chance. We cannot choose the apparitions because the apparitions I count as common cards, so those are not allowed by the challenge. And then we go left. Haha, we could lose all of our gold, or we could fight them. As much as I would like to fight them, I think this is a time that we lose our gold. Because there's a pretty good chance they kill us. So we lose all of our gold. Alright. And then we rest. Alright, now I think we can fight another elite. It is the Book of Stabbing. Book of Stabbing, how bad is that? Can't be too bad, especially with liquid bronze. So I'm thinking Eruption, Wallop. Eruption, Wallop. We've got Vigilance and Fear No Evil. We've also got Dark Shackles. So we've got some nice things to handle the fact that we're going to be in Wrath. Not amazing, but some nice things. And we take 2 damage, so we draw some cards, which is actually pretty nice that we drew cards there. So we can play a swivel, like a swivel Reach Heaven. We need to play Fear No Evil, probably, or Vigilance. Do I see what's in the discovery box? If I see what's in the discovery box, I don't get to play Mental Fortress Vigilance. I could only play Vigilance. But the discovery box is really nice. We did get a Like Water, which is better than Mental Fortress immediately. We also got Sands of Time, which does 40 damage right now. 40 damage right now is pretty nice. Let's take Sands of Time. So 40 damage right now, and then we also get to do Vigilance. Yeah, looks like what we're doing. Vigilance. So we take some damage, but not a ton of damage. And we drew the Dark Shackles on kind of the worst turn to draw Dark Shackles in this battle. But we probably play it anyway. Because, you know, we want to live, basically. We prefer to live. And then we probably die. Because we can play Swivel and then Reach Heaven. Book of Stabbing is dealing us 28 damage. We've got 26 health. So we can actually survive with just defend or just strike. But I'm thinking about using my energy potion to play both of them. Let's not. So we survive. Slightly survive. We're at 3. And then we finally draw our eruption again. Been really wanting that eruption. Okay. You know, it'd be nice if we didn't fall to 3 or 5 health constantly, but we're still surviving. We got a Captain's Wheel, which is not bad. Stance Potion, and we could get another Swivel. Or Spirit Shield. Spirit Shield is not bad. Empty Mind. Ooh, I think I want Empty Mind. Yes, I think we need Empty Mind. Another way to exit Wrath is nice, and a way to draw cards is good too. A way to exit Calm, also kind of nice. I think all of those things go well together. I do think that we have to rest, even though we've got Pantograph. Yeah, I think we do have to rest again, unfortunately. But we should have no problem beating the Collector since we rested and we have Pantograph. Let's see what's in the Discovery box. Hey, there's a Cut Through Fate that we can actually add to the deck in this battle, which is great. I want that. How about that? Talk to the Hand, Cut Through Fate. We get to look at all 3 of these. I really like, or all 4 of these, I really like the Fear No Evil and Empty Mind together. So I think I'm going to keep those. No reason to keep a Strike. I think there's fine reason to keep Swivel. We drew the Empty Mind this turn. Oh, right. If only I remembered what the cards do. Ah, that was silly. Okay, well. I think that means that we just end our turn. Judgment immediately takes care of one of those. Let's start there. We can Eruption Fear No Evil, but the only way we could do that with Swivel is if we play Swivel and the Miracle, which seems valuable. So Swivel, Eruption, Miracle, Fear No Evil, and find time to use Dark Shackles. This Reach Heaven defeats the little one here. And I think we really do want Rushdown. I think we want Rushdown more than we want 3 health. So let's play Rushdown. The Captain's Wheel has helped quite a lot. There's another Reach Heaven for us to take. We also have Empty Mind, which is kind of really nice. It'd be nice if we got to draw Eruption this turn, for example. We didn't, but we could still do it with Cut Through Fate. There it is, Eruption this turn, Fear No Evil next turn. That only happens if I keep them all the same. So we're going to keep them all the same. So now we've got the Eruption. Eruption, Reach Heaven, and a Through Violence. Nice. Now, here's the difficult part of this battle, and I don't really know how well we do, honestly. The Swivel is good. Swivel means we get to play Reach Heaven and Fear No Evil. And we do need to play Fear No Evil. Okay. We take damage, but we're fine. We're perfectly fine, I say. And by perfectly fine, I mean we might be dying. I think actually the way that we survive is by using the stance potion to enter Wrath, which is a weird way to survive. But right now we're being dealt 31 damage. We can get 9 block with Wallop. We can get 6 block with the Through Violences. So we can get... How much is that? 15 block? 15 block is enough. Okay, if 15 block is enough, we're not going to do something crazy with a stance potion. So, Mental Fortress, Wallop, and then we have to use the Through Violence in order to not die because of the block return that we have. Talk to the Hand that we played earlier. We could play the other Through Violence right now or save it for when we're in Wrath for reals. But I think we play it now for the block. Alright. We're at 4. Let's play Empty Mind. I see Eruption, Reach Heaven. Yeah, Eruption, Reach Heaven. Should we play Cut Through Fate this turn? I think we should. Cut Through Fate. The Fear No Evil can be right at the top. Yeah. Fear No Evil at the top. We play Reach Heaven. And we are close to both winning and death, basically. Basically, we're close to both of those things. The Through Violence does a bunch of damage. And then what? We could do Cut Through Fate. Cut Through Fate does a lot of damage. It's just that Reach Heaven does a lot of damage. Let's do Cut Through Fate. I see Eruption and I see Empty Mind. So Eruption does 18. Eruption wins, doesn't it? It does. All right. We survived again. And we got an Entropic Brew, which is excellent. And there's a Vault Plus. There's an Omniscience Plus, which is potentially incredible. What would be Omniscience Plus in our deck? We could do that with a Reach Heaven. Just put 3 Through Violence in our deck. It's not the best use of the card, though. I think I'd rather have the Vault of all of these. So let's take Vault. Pandora's Box we cannot take because if it transforms something into a common card, we lose the run. I think this is the 3rd time I've mentioned that in this run. We've had a lot of transform effects that we have not taken. I do want to take Empty Cage. We could get rid of our last 2 strikes, which I would like to do. It'd be nice if we replaced them with some good cards that we haven't really found, but I still want to do it. On the other hand, the Busted Crown gives us an extra energy, which we really do want extra energy, but we shouldn't need to with the Watcher. We just want to go between our 2 stances a whole lot. Enter Calm, exit Calm. It gives us energy. So we're fighting the Awakened one. I see a bunch of fires on the left side. I don't think we're going into Act 4 this time. Which means I think I want to go the fire route. And if I do that, I probably want to also stop by this shop. So let's go that way. Judgment is strong here. But what does it accomplish? I guess we could kill the right one immediately. And block fully. We just have to kind of waste our talk to the hand, but we're going to kind of waste our talk to the hand in this battle anyway. So we wallop, we miracle, talk to the hand, and judgment. Okay. I want to see what's in the discovery box. I always want to see what's in the discovery box. I should upgrade discovery. This is what I've discovered. So, do I play Swivel? If I do, I would follow that with an Eruption? Or do I just go into Calm? Let's see what's in the discovery box. You know, not my favorite. I guess we'll take Protect and play Vigilance. And Protect? There's no reason not to. So our Captain's Wheel helps us this turn. It actually blocks everything this turn, which is nice. It means we don't want to play Vault. But we do want to play Rushdown and Empty Mind. So we can play Reach Heaven and Fear No Evil. I think I'm going to do that like this. So we enter Calm again. There's our Eruption with a Wallop in hand. This is a pretty nice Eruption. Let's do that here. So the Eruption goes here. That gets followed by... Oh man, there's a lot of good stuff. Let's see. We've got 4 energy. The Wallop can take out that one, but that's not really what the Wallop is for. We don't have enough energy to wallop and judge something. Unless we use the through violence. Okay, so if we do a wallop, we would want to judge something. And the best I can see isn't really what I wanted. We could wallop this one. It only gives us 11 block if we wallop that one. And then we could through violence and judge the center one. If we wallop the left one, then we get 18 block and we could through violence it. But then we could only judge this one. We couldn't judge this one. Unless we wallop here through violence. No, we'd want to kill this one though. Huh. Don't see a great option here without using potions. Which, I mean, we can use potions, but I was hoping to not need potions all the time. I think the best I can see is we wallop the right one, giving us 11 block. And then we through violence the center one and then judge that one. So we take 7 damage. And we have Wallop Judgment to win. Alright, it went fine. Fire Potion, you know, I think I like my potions. We could take Study or Fasting. The other two are common. Do I really want to study? I think the answer is sort of no. Especially with the Awakened one as our boss. Yeah, let's skip it. That was the first battle of Act 3. Alright. You know, this one might not be the most easy of ones. Let's talk to the hand and Vigilance for the first turn. Also a miracle. So we draw 3 cards. We only have the one way to enter Wrath, so we're not entering Wrath anytime soon. We can do Swivel Wallop for a fair amount of damage. Let's do that. So if we're doing Swivel Wallop, we've got 1 more energy, which we could spend on Discovery. I like Discovery. Discovery gives us a Spirit Shield and a Wallop. Huh. So now we could Wallop and Vault. I don't see what the point of that would be. We could Spirit Shield. I think we kind of want another Wallop. So let's take the Wallop. The thing about that is now playing Vault is kind of weird. But we'll still play Vault. So play Vault, take another turn. We get 18 block this turn. We can play Empty Mind to draw cards, get energy. And then Eruption. Eruption, Reach Heaven? Fear no evil? And then if we draw through violence, we win. If we don't draw through violence, we can draw Judgment and win. Nice. Hey, I said we want another Wallop, and the game delivered, along with 3 cards we can't take, but we got the Wallop. Alright. Spire Growth. Who is not infecting me on the first turn. We've got the Swivel, so we can play Swivel, Reach Heaven, Fear no evil. Take 10 damage, which is unfortunate, but that's where it is. Now, we really just want to win as soon as we can. We can do a lot of things this turn. Let's play the Miracle to make space in our hand. And then the Empty Mind, which we have... Do we have enough space to draw those cards? We do. Great. Empty Mind to draw the cards. And then we play Eruption. Eruption. Talk to the hand. Wallop. Mental Fortress? Sure. So, we've got block this turn. We also have a Through Violence in the hand, a Discovery, which is kind of nice, and a Vault. Discovery gives us a Reach Heaven. So, basically, that puts a Through Violence on top of our deck, and then we play Vault, drawing that Through Violence. and hopefully enough to win. Which, it looks like we got that. Great. Good battle. Do we want a weak potion? You know, I keep not using my potions, but I feel like the choices have been good each time. I do want another empty mind. Take another empty mind. Ho-ho, alright. So, there's a few things that we can do here. For one, the blind is not bad. That's adding weakness to all enemies. We could take a frozen eye, which means we get to see the order of our draw pile, which would really tell me whether it's a good idea to go into Wrath, basically every time. So I'm going to take that. Frozen Eye is what we're doing. Now that we've taken Frozen Eye, this becomes a much more difficult run to play, basically. We're certainly going to interact with this, and we're going to choose 3 colorless cards. Because, you know, if an event deals me damage, I basically almost always take it. Let's take the damage. Colorless cards from this are guaranteed to be things we can take, too, because they're all going to be uncommon or rare. The Master of Strategy there is really nice. There's a Deep Breath. There's also the Bomb, which is pretty weird. Not the deck for the Bomb. I think we're going to take the draw card cards here. So, Master of Strategy, Deep Breath, and then possibly even Finesse, another draw card ability. Although Trip is amazing. We should probably take Trip. Okay. We have changed our deck, kind of a lot. I think I'm going to choose the Elite before the Fire, because that might change what we do at the Fire. The Giant Head. Well, we've got Vault in our opening hand, along with Eruption. So let's look at our deck. We've got a Fear No Evil and an Empty Mind next turn, as well as Master of Strategy and a Trip. That's a lot of really good things together. We can pretty easily block this if we play Eruption and Vault. Should I play the Miracle Mental Fortress? It probably does help because we've got Fear No Evil and Empty Mind. So yes. So Miracle, Mental Fortress, Eruption, Vault. So now we're going to play Master of Strategy first. This gives us several things, including Deep Breath, which is not bad, but also Trip. Probably should have played Deep Breath before Trip. Ho-ho, we got the Eruption again. Okay, so we can play Fear No Evil, Eruption, Empty Mind, for example. Let's do Fear No Evil. We should do Fear No Evil, Empty Mind. Yes. Fear No Evil, Empty Mind. Then we can play the Eruption again. Should we play the Rushdown? We would get another Trip. But we've got the Empty Mind next turn. So I think what we do is we play Eruption. And then we could play Vigilance. That gives us the Empty Mind next turn as a pretty good thing. Yeah. Okay. We haven't done tons of damage, but I think we are going to do better. So I want the Empty Mind That gives us some Reach Heavens, which is wonderful. Let's play 2 Reach Heavens. That will give us Through Violence on top of the deck. And we will keep those in our hand. We want to play the Wallop, we want to play the Swivel. I think Dark Shackles is kind of bad in this fight, so we're just going to play it with the Wallop. Keep the Through Violence until we've got Wrath again, which I guess we can tell when we get there. So Eruption is kind of far away, which means we should probably shuffle our deck with Deep Breath. Let's do that. So now where is Eruption? Eruption is very close. Excellent. We can even play Fear No Evil, Empty Mind to draw it right now. So Fear No Evil, Empty Mind. That draws Eruption, and of course we trip. We can play the Eruption, and then Wallop will block everything that we need to block. But do we need to do the Wallop? Because we're doing a lot of damage. I think we should do the Wallop. If we're going to do the Wallop, we do it first. Wallop, Through Violence, Through Violence. Alright. Next turn we've got Wallop and Vigilance, which means we can block a lot next turn. Actually, we can't play both of those, can we? Right. Can't actually play both of those. Not together. The Vigilance blocks for 48, though. Actually, 4 more than that, so 52. The Vigilance blocks for 52 damage. But this is a good time to use our Energy Potion. Yeah, and we've got an Empty Mind next turn. So, yeah, let's use our Energy Potion. Energy Potion means that we can play Wallop this turn, as well as the Swivel if we wanted. Swivel. Rush down, defend, Wallop, Vigilance. And then we take no damage. And then we have the Empty Mind this turn so that we can basically dig through our deck. So, let's do it. We can play the Deep Breath. I feel like there's no reason not to play the Deep Breath, because we don't get a lot of chances to do stuff. The Judgment. Does Judgment win? That does 19. This does 13 currently. We could play Talk to the Hand, Reach Heaven, which does 13 plus 19 plus something. I think that's enough. Let's think about it again. So 19 brings it down to 50. Yes, that's enough. So Talk to the Hand, Reach Heaven, and Judgment wins. Alright. We got an Ink Bottle. More ways to draw cards, I like that. We also got a Regen Potion, which would have been great in that battle, but also great to have. Blasphemy. You know? Do we want Blasphemy? It has Retain on it. And we have Through Violences in the deck. I think we take Blasphemy Plus. Alright. Alright, I'm excited to win with Blasphemy. Let's do it. We've got to do the rest of this well, though. And I really do want to Smith here. We're allowed to Smith. So, I want to smith Wallop. I want to smith Discovery. Let's smith Discovery first. Oh, wait a minute. Discovery Smith doesn't go to 0 cost. It just means you can play it over and over again. Which is still good, but not what I was hoping for. Maybe we should do... We should do Wallop. Oh, Gale, you've never seen Blasphemy. Blasphemy is one of my favorite cards. Now, granted, it's one of my favorite cards because I've had so many victories that I've pulled out of nowhere, as well as so many defeats that I miscalculated. So it's one of the most dramatic cards that I've played with. If we draw 3 cards, we have Vault near the top, which is fine. That would allow us to get to Wallop, Deep Breath, Rushdown, Master of Strategy, Eruption, as well as another Empty Mind. Okay, so we could do Empty Mind, Vault, and it would be fine. Yeah, and let's keep the Miracle. So now we've got Master of Strategy. And we even have Blasphemy. Granted, it would just kill us right here. We have a Wallop on top, as well as a Fear No Evil 2 down. So if we play Empty Mind, we would get both of those. And that seems pretty nice. If we play Rushdown, Eruption, we could play Wallop. But if we wanted to play Fear No Evil, we could play Eruption, Rushdown, Fear No Evil, Empty Mind, which would give us a Judgment with enough energy to play it. It's kind of a weird set, though. Does Vault work with Blasphemy, or do you just instantly die? You die. You have to win that turn. It's actually a buff on your character, and it's written as a buff specifically because of Orange Pellets, so Orange Pellets doesn't get rid of it. But it's a buff on your character that basically causes you to take like 10,000 damage at the beginning of your next turn. So Vault kills you if you have Blasphemy in play. I think I'm going to do this crazy setup. So we're going to play Miracle. We're going to play Rushdown, Eruption, Fear No Evil, and then Empty Mind. This gives me energy, and it also draws Judgment. The Deep Breath will draw random cards from all of those. That might be really good for me. So let's do Deep Breath next. Actually, if we put a Judgment out and then we do Deep Breath, it might actually be good. So Trip is fine, but not really what I was looking for. And the only block that we have is 1 Defend. So I guess we play the 1 Defend. So we're getting damaged. I think one of the most common bugs opened against this game is that Orange Pellets didn't save you from Blasphemy killing you. And, you know, the game was made so that that's how it happens. but also, you know, you have no idea that that's how it works until it kills you. Until you die that one time, you have no idea that's how it works. We've got Empty Mind, but we can use Eruption to kill this one. Or we could play Fear No Evil to kill it. So what if we do Swivel, Eruption? There's just not that many great things to do here. I guess let's do Eruption here. And then Judgment on the middle one, so the spiker's gone. That's very helpful for me. And then the Fear No Evil, unfortunately, we play with Empty Minds in our discard pile. But we'll get back to them. Nothing to do this turn. And then Blasphemy. So Blasphemy, see this? The Blasphemer at the start of your turn die. And then, of course, we have to win this turn. A Wheel Kick. You know, a Wheel Kick is not too bad. I don't know the benefit of drawing so many cards, though, when we don't have the energy to play that many, but I think I still take Wheel Kick. Alright, what do we get? Bag of Preparation. Draw even more cards. I like it. Let's draw even more cards. Let's smith. And what are we smithing? What are we smithing? It could be Fear No Evil. We have made a deck that really utilizes Fear No Evil. Could also be Rushdown. Rushdown becomes 0 cost. I really like the 0 cost. Let's do that. Alright, the Reptomancer. Not great for us, honestly, although the Judgment does help a lot. I think this is the time where we use the Regen Potion, because I think this battle is going to take us some time, and that's a perfect time to use a Regen Potion. Do we play Vigilance Empty Mind? Vigilance Empty Mind would give us Eruption and Rushdown, which would get Blasphemy in our hand very quickly, and we would very easily kill both of these. So, Vigilance Empty Mind, how about that? Vigilance Empty Mind. Now, we certainly want to play Eruption, and we want to play Judgment. Judgment goes here, that's no question. Drawing 2 extra cards this turn doesn't do much for us, unless we really don't want them next turn. And I actually don't mind them next turn. The Deep Breath and the Swivel. I like those next turn. So let's do Rushdown, not play Eruption. I guess we find out what's in Discovery. Because we can play Miracle to play 1 energy worth of things, which is not enough for the top 2 cards. But it could be great for Discovery. The Talk to the Hand also just wins. Like, just kills this dagger. Let's do the Discovery, though. Bowling Bash. Bowling Bash is nice here. Okay, so now we can do Eruption Bowling Bash to kill this one. The Bowling Bash does 14 times 2, so we could do Eruption on the Reptomancer. And we're doing this partially because we know we've got Wallop coming up soon. Swivel, Wallop, Defend, Dark Shackles. Yeah, all of that is good. So we play... But do we need the top 2 cards? If we don't take the top 2 cards, we get these 5. We get 2 Wallops. 2 Wallops does not help us. We want the Wallops separated. So we play Eruption and then Rushdown, because of what we know is on top of our deck. Great. Okay. Now we fear for our lives. We can always use our Stance Potion. But the Wallop is good. The Deep Breath reorders these, which is not the best, but I think it's still worth playing. We got Master of Strategy, which means we have a Judgment that we could play. But we can't... We could actually get all the way down to Empty Mind if we can empty our hand enough to get there. Because... Oh no, we can't, because we don't enter Wrath. Right. So what do we do? The Master of Strategy could get us the Judgment and Swivel. That's pretty good. And we could draw all those cards. So let's do that. So now we've got Swivel, Wallop. That blocks as much as we can. Can't afford the vault. The Judgment kills this little dagger. And then the Stance Potion puts us back in Calm. Which means we're only taking 2 damage unless we play Dark Shackles, which we do. Okay. We could do Blasphemy this turn. So we could get a trip. Okay, we need to do some math here. We can get a ton of cards because we've got Wheel Kick, Empty Mind, and actually another Empty Mind. And the trip means that the Blasphemy does even more for us. So the real question is, do we have enough damage to win with all of those? Remember, although the Reach Heavens add through violence, the only way we draw them and stay in Divinity Stance is if we draw them with Wheel Kick, not with the Empty Mind. So, with 2 Empty Minds, I can draw down to this Mental Fortress. That means that Wheel Kick could guaranteed draw me one of the Through Violence. So I could play Reach Heaven, Wheel Kick, Through Violence, all in Divinity Stance, with Vulnerable on. How much damage is that? So, Vulnerable means that they take 150%. Divinity Stance means that they take 3 times as much. The Through Violence normally does 20, so it would do 90. I think we definitely win. And the only way we find out is if we try. So let's try. So Empty Mind, we play the trip, and then we want to Empty Mind again before we play Blasphemy. So Empty Mind, And then we play Blasphemy. Now we've entered Divinity stance. And we die next turn, which means if I messed up the calculations, we just die. So, do we just die? Reach Heaven, Wheel Kick, and through violence, we win. And that's how you play with Blasphemy. Very, very carefully. We can add even another swivel to the deck. I really like my swivels. Let's take another one. Let's smith again. And I could smith a swivel. I kind of want to smith Wheel Kick. Let's smith Wheel Kick. Lose all gold to obtain a relic. Considering there's no other time to use gold, might as well. We get the red mask. We actually had both possible opportunities to get the red mask. We met the Red Mask gang, and we found the Tomb of Lord Red Mask. So we found both of them. We gave money both times. Alright, Nemesis. We drew Master of Strategy first turn. Okay. Well, we have a pretty bad shuffle of our deck. We can change that with Deep Breath. That might be a good place to start. We also have Fear No Evil, Empty Mind combo. So let's start with the Master of Strategy, which we can't fit everything in the hand because of the ink bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're not even close to being able to hold everything in our hand. Okay, well, in that case, maybe we just play Miracle. That would give us Fear No Evil, Empty Mind. So what do we have as defense? Our defense is not strong when we can't deal damage, because we depend on Wallop a lot for our defense. I guess we want to play Talk to the Hand. And maybe we want the next turn to be mainly these defend cards, which seems a little bit strange. We're going to draw Fear No Evil no matter what. So let's go ahead and draw that. So we draw Fear No Evil. We could play Swivel Fear No Evil this turn. Leave those defends for next turn, along with Deep Breath. And not play the Master of Strategy just yet. Swivel Fear No Evil gives me 11 block. We still take 4 damage, which means we draw 3 cards next turn. I could play Mental Fortress as well to not take that damage. You know what? I like that plan. So Miracle, Mental Fortress, Swivel, Fear No Evil. Perfectly block. We don't play Master of Strategy just yet. And this turn we've got all of the defense, which ended up being pointless. But I still don't like my shuffle. I want the Eruption to be higher up. So to get that to happen, we're still going to play Deep Breath. And then let's see. Oh man, the Eruption went to the bottom. That's even worse. Alright, well, that's even worse. How about that? I guess we play Discovery Reach Heaven. Oh, we got a Deva form? Definitely taking that. Barely even looked at the other cards. Okay, we do have a lot of ways to draw cards. And we have Blasphemy. Hold on. We've got a Through Violence and a Blasphemy. The trip is pretty far down, though. But we can draw so many cards. The Empty Mind draws a bunch of cards. That even draws a card. The Wheel Kick draws cards. The Empty Mind draws cards. So here's the question again. Do we win if we play Blasphemy this turn? Because we could very easily play Blasphemy this turn. We could play the Empty Mind, draw Blasphemy, Fear No Evil, and Judgment. Play the Blasphemy. The only problem here is that we can't get to the trip. Because Wheel Kick can draw 2 more cards, but that's not 3 cards. So we could draw these 5, and that's it. So is that enough? The Blasphemy would triple our damage. So the Through Violence would deal 60 damage. The Wheel Kick would do 60 damage. So that's 60 damage. That's 60. Judgment still only does 40. So 60, 60 is 120 damage. And then we still have to do 64 more damage. The Wallop does 36. And then the Judgment wins. Alright, here we go again. Empty Mind. We play Blasphemy. And then we hope that we made correct choices. Through Violence. Wheel Kick. And then the Wallop and the Judgment. Alright. Strawberry, wonderful. Very simple little relic. We could take a Brilliance. It's not upgraded. But it is a 1-cost attack, which, you know, we kind of removed almost all of our 1-cost attacks, and this one is kind of nice. We don't generate any mantra, but I think just a basic 12-card attack here is pretty nice. Alright. Let's smith one more time. And this smith is going to be probably Brilliance, because it adds 4. The Discovery is not bad either. Let's do Brilliance. Alright, and onto the boss. We're at full health. We have Entropic Brew. We need to remember not to play Blasphemy. Not until much later in the battle. We do want to play our Mental Fortress. Probably. I think Mental Fortress will be important, even though it gives him some strength. We don't really want to draw the Judgment this turn. We could actually, because we could kill this cultist. But I don't think we care to draw the Judgment this turn. So we're going to play Mental Fortress, Wallop. Gale is like, turn 1 Blasphemy against the Awakened one. Yeah, that's a death sentence. So now we're going to draw too many cards. We're going to have a full hand of cards next turn. We've got a vault, as well as a trip. Trip is always nice. Let's do trip first. Because we have vault, I'm probably going to play eruption and the vault. That means we'll get wheel kick next turn, and we'll get a vigilance, as well as an empty mind. Okay, that's pretty nice. So we're going to play the eruption and vault. Let's also play the judgment. Judgment here. And then eruption vault is what I was saying. Yeah. Eruption miracle vault. Eruption miracle vault. Alright, so the wheel kick just straight out kills that one, and it also gets me a Fear No Evil, which is pretty nice. The Talk to the Hand we might not play until the second round, so let's do the wheel kick. That gives me Fear No Evil to enter Calm. And we take 1 damage. Okay, 9 times 4 damage is a lot more. I want to play the rush down sometime, but maybe not while I'm taking 9 times 4. Maybe not. We do have Wallop. We should probably see what's in the Discovery. And actually, we're less than 5 health down, so we can open this Entropic Brew and still get the 5 health. Don't really like those potions that much. Yeah, let's play the Discovery. Devotion? Another power? Probably not the thing you want to do. Signature move isn't great with our deck. Not really. Not really. I kind of want Devotion, even though it means I'm taking more damage. So I guess we're going to take Devotion and give our enemy more strength. Yeah, let's just give our enemy lots of strength. I think this is good. Give our enemy lots of strength. I could upgrade the Devotion, which would make it give us 3 mantra every turn. That increases how many turns we're in Divinity quite a lot. Let's do it. This is kind of a weak use of the Blessing of the Forge, because it's only hitting one thing, but it's hitting a power, which I'm playing this turn, so we're doing it anyway. Alright, now we're going to take a bunch of damage. Ouch. Trip is always good. We play the trip. Talk to the Hand, not bad. Do I want to wait until next round to use Talk to the Hand? I don't know. I don't know if I do. We could do Swivel Wheel Kick. Swivel Wheel Kick would give us Wallop, although we could draw cards and get Wallop another way. Let's do Swivel Wheel Kick. Wait a minute. Is that good? I think we do want to do Master of Strategy, don't we? To draw those 4? Because we could get Wallop and Deep Breath. Okay, fine. We get Wallop and Deep Breath, so we can do Swivel and then Wallop. And then Deep Breath shuffles this deck, which I think is nice. Wish we could hold the Dark Shackles in our hand. but we don't get to do that. We could play the Talk to the Hand. It means I wouldn't be able to play it on the round 2 of this fight. How much do I care about that? Kind of care about that, so we just won't play it. The Wallop is good. We've got Empty Mind. We actually have a really good set of stuff, because we can do Eruption, Wallop, and then Fear No Evil to go back into Calm. That seems great. So, Eruption first. Eruption, and then a Wallop. And then we can play Fear No Evil to go back into Calm. And then we can even play Empty Mind to continue the turn. If we care to. Which I kind of like. So, Fear No Evil, Empty Mind, continue the turn. Could just play Vigilance here. That's useful. Keep playing that Trip. We play Empty Mind. That draws us cards and gives us block. We could even play Fear No Evil, Empty Mind again. We could also play Empty Mind to draw 3 cards, play Eruption, and then play Fear No Evil. It's kind of too much energy, though, because I would want to mix in a Wallop there, which we won't get to do. So I think we play Fear No Evil, Empty Mind, and then we can play 2 Wallops. Or we could play the Brilliance, because the 1 Wallop gave us enough. Brilliance is getting very strong. Next turn's not great, but we are in Divinity Stance next turn. Alright, Divinity Stance next turn. So we've got the Swivel. Swivel gives us some block and allows us to play the Reach Heaven. Dark Shackles is the second card. So we want to defeat this guy next turn. Can we do that? The Wheel Kick is next turn, and we've got a couple of Through Violences. But we don't get the Through Violence. Oh yeah, we do with the Wheel Kick. Great. So we do get to win next turn. No! The Ink Bottle! Ink Bottle! Why did you do that to me? So now my next turn, it has a Through Violence in it, but that's not enough to win. We could use our Stance Potion, though. We might use our Stance Potion next turn. It really depends on what Deep Breath gives me, because we're not going to get those 2. This does not win on its own, so let's do Deep Breath. Okay, Deep Breath gave us Eruption. Wonderful. So we're going to do Dark Shackles to take away all of your strength, and then we're going to look at our deck to make sure that we can go into Wrath this turn. Well, we can just leave Wrath with Vigilance, right. So, Eruption, Through Violence. Actually, the Reach Heaven kills him, right? No, it doesn't. But the Judgment does. But the Judgment costs where we want to play Vigilance, don't we? we do want to play Vigilance. So we play Vigilance, and the through... No! Foolish. I was supposed to play through Violence before Vigilance. Well, now we are using this stance potion. Oh, that was silly. Well, that was a real screw-up of a turn. We want to play Empty Mind, so that we have a better next turn. Wow, alright. That really threw away my stance potion when I did not need to. Anyway, we do have Talk to the Hand, Fear No Evil. We've got a Swivel and Wheel Kick. Taking a lot of damage. We could do Swivel, Talk to the Hand, Fear No Evil. I think that's the best we can do. It's not great, but I think it's the best we can do. So, Swivel, Talk to the Hand, Fear No Evil. And we've got 18 block. We've got the ink bottle ready, and we're about to enter Divinity Stance again. With a trip, by the way, and a through Violence. The Empty Mind unfortunately does exit the stance, but there's still no reason not to play it. Because we're going to exit the stance at the end of the turn anyway. Well, we can play a Swivel to set up for next turn. We could have played another Swivel. The Swivels stack, don't they? I've never had to know whether the Swivels stack, but I assume they do. Don't see why they wouldn't. Empty Mind draws Eruption, which is great. Empty Mind, Eruption. I wonder if we could win with Blasphemy this turn. I'm not going to this time, because I think we have a really good turn even without it, so I'm not going to risk it, but I think it's possible. The Deep Breath, of course, we have no idea what it draws. It would make the Void not appear next turn. We can actually play Wheel Kick to draw the Void right now at the end of this turn. That seems really good, because then we don't get the downside of the Void. Great. See no reason to draw cards. So I see Empty Minds. I guess we play Empty Minds. Draw 4 cards, because the ink bottle is there too. No reason not to play Trip. The Wheel Kick would draw a couple of things that don't matter for this turn. The Swivel Wheel Kick blocks, though. Alright, and we're in Divinity Stance again. The Wallop is really nice in Divinity Stance. We can also play Swivel. Swivel, Wallop, and then Fear No Evil. Defect. Alright, even though we don't need it, we really should play Blasphemy. So we're going to play Blasphemy. We're going to blaspheme, and with our blasphemer energy, we're going to reach heaven through violence. Very much a blasphemer there. Alright, so we won the Rare Taste Challenge with the Watcher on Ascension 8. We didn't go to Act 4 this time like we did with the Silent on Ascension 7, but still, it is a personal best. I don't know how to compare those two things, by the way, but I think the Silent kind of wins out going to Act 4, but it's still a personal best for the Watcher. Ascension 8 with the Rare Taste Challenge. And before I go, I should really look at my deck. So here's the deck. It's kind of a basic Watcher deck where you try to switch between stances a lot. I had a ton of draw card effects. Rushdown draws cards. Discovery kind of draws a card. The Empty Mind draws a card. Vault kind of draws a card. We had another Empty Mind. Master of Strategy draws 4 cards. Deep Breath draws cards. And we had a Wheel Kick to draw cards. So we had a bunch of ways to draw cards. We mainly had a Wrath deck, but we did pick up a Blasphemy near the end and used it in almost every battle after we picked it up. Which, it's upgraded, so that's kind of what would normally happen, but still, it's kind of cool to see it always be useful. It did make the challenge a lot more difficult to figure out what we're doing, along with the Frozen Eye, so we could look at our draw pile all the time and know which order they're coming in. So Blasphemy and Frozen Eye together really made this a very heady deck to deal with. But we planned ahead. We planned ahead well enough so that we survived and beat the challenge, even though we were very, very close to death many times in Act 1 and 2. All right. We got Champion 4. We defeated 4 elites without taking damage. Nice. Gale's absolutely correct. The retain on Blasphemy is very important. That makes the reason that retain is on Blasphemy is because of the upgrade. So upgrading Blasphemy is usually a very good thing to do, because you don't need to play it until you need to play it. So it's a perfect card to have retain on it. Anyway, that's it for tonight. Won both runs, which was quite exciting. Both runs with Rare Taste on Ascension 7 and 8. So I'm pushing up the personal records on that one quite a bit, actually. And I will do more Slay the Spire challenge runs next time. And I hope to see you there.